Hey guys, Ducky here from the Order TFT Midset Invitational, joined by, well, what an esteemed player we've got here in Razza, our representative for Set 4 Worlds. How you going, mate?
Pretty good, pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, not too shabby, mate. Obviously, you know, you come into this tournament as one of the hot favorites having been overseas, but I do want to look back at that overseas experience a little bit. What was it like making it to Worlds and playing at Worlds and doing so well?
I was absolutely insane. It was so surreal. Like, I remember I made it, and then I just woke up the next day. I was like, wait, was that a dream? I was like, yeah, so surreal that I made it. Really nervous going in, but I put in like a lot of work, and I guess it kind of showed. So, yeah, pretty happy with how I went overall.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, but didn't let it get to me, I guess.
Oh, I mean, you definitely didn't. If you got to day 3, that's pressure after pressure after pressure. You certainly
Yeah.
did the region
No,
well.
I think after I made it, because like no one expects anything right from OCE, and I definitely don't think I was like the best like person to send either. Because I have a really high opinion of like some other players on our server. So like I think like because like the expectations were like so low, it's like after I made like day 2, I was like, oh, I'm fucking chilling, bro. Like, like didn't bust out on day 1. So yeah.
After that, it was just like, anything here is good. Anything from
Yeah,
here is
yeah,
fine.
like a lot less pressure. Like
Yeah.
after not busting out on day 1.
Yeah. Well, I've been asking this to everyone. What is the inspiration behind the name Razza?
Oh, it's just, I don't know. It's, it's an Aussie thing. It's like, your mate's called Barry. So he's like, ah, yeah, mate, Bazza, mate. Your mate Shannon. It's like, oh, Shazza, mate. So it's like my actual real name starts with R, so it's like, oh, Razza. Just kind of an Aussie thing.
And it just stuck. It's stuck ever since.
Yeah, just stuck. Yeah, I've had it for like, I don't know, 10 years now, probably.
Long way back. How did you get into TFT as a whole? If you've had the name for so long, TFT's only been around for 2 years.
Yeah, I think I've always been like into decision-based like strategic games. So I like things like Hearthstone, like poker, Magic the Gathering, stuff like that. So like I think at the time it was kind of like Dota Auto Chess, like it was like a mod for like Dota. That was like popping off. It was like everywhere. Everyone was playing it. It's like the top like broadcasted, like top viewer like category on like Twitch. So when like I wasn't really into Dota, I was more of like a League player. So when I like found that the League was doing one, I was like, oh yeah, like I'll give it a go. And then like, yeah, I loved it. So I just kept playing it pretty much.
And here we are today. Well,
Yeah.
You've said you've been there since the start. You'd obviously have a lot of experience. So what is your favorite set that Riot has done so far for TFT?
I feel like people generally like associate like how good a set with how like good they performed in a set. So probably like 4.5, I think. And this is gonna be a really like really like an answer that's gonna give like a really divided opinion amongst like people, because I think most people thought like 4.5 was the worst set. But I feel like I was just so good at 4.5 that like it ended up being my favorite set relative to like the other sets.
You'd be impressed that there has been other players who have answered 4.5. No one's answered 2 yet, so no one said 2.
Yeah, no, definitely not. 2's on the bottom of my list. But 5's not far behind, honestly.
Oh, really? You're not a fan of the shadow items?
Yeah, not the shadow items, it's like the set's boring, Like everything's so boring, everything's green. Like I just don't like the theme. I know some people will love this like good versus evil theme, but I'm not that into it.
Yeah, much more of a chosen guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's narrow this down to units then. What is your favorite TFT unit that's been in the game?
Azir.
Yeah.
It was just like Azir was just like so cool. Like okay, wait, set 4 Azir, not like the Azir from set 2. That stuff was sleeper. But yeah, set 4 Azir with his soldiers. There's just like so much stuff you could do with these soldiers, like 8 ASO ults, etc. Like protect your carries. Yeah, such a cool unit that was like unique in design.
Definitely. So you weren't a summoner player back in set 2 then, most definitely.
I pretty much skipped. I think I just skipped set 2. Like
yeah,
I played like less than 150 games of set 2 probably. Yeah. Didn't take us. It was kind of like a boring set, pretty much. Another set that's like kind of green and like
yeah,
kind of boring.
Everyone talks about Mort Dog, and we all know what it feels like to be Mort Dogged. So Could you walk me through one of your most memorable Mort Dog experiences in TFT that absolutely infuriated you?
Oh yeah. I think like on my like run to Worlds in game one, I took a seventh because of the cannon bug. Like there was a bug where if your opponent has a cannon and you have a cannon, and your cannon casts his circle first, right? The moment the enemy cannon casts their circle, it'll cancel out your circle if they overlap. So I got Mort Dogged by like a friend. Like I think I tried to position. It was Karma. I tried to position my cannon because I saw his cannon to Mort Dog him, but like he had two cannons, so he like his second cannon Mort Dogged me back, and I was just like I was so tilted because I ended up going seventh because of the bug. Like it was like Karma, right? Because I was trying to abuse the bug against him, and like it hit me back. You know?
I think I remember
like,
that.
so
I think I remember that from the qualifiers.
Yeah, it was game one as well. I took a seventh. I was like, oh, it's doomed. I'm not going to Worlds. Oh my god. I just lost it.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier that there was a lot of players that you thought were better than you to make it to World's last set. So I'm interested to hear, leading into this event, if there's any players that you're keeping an eye on in the tournament as, like, I guess, rivals to you now.
Yep. I think, yeah, there are a lot, like, our server has a lot of good players that are, like, underrated because they don't, like, people don't know about them because they don't play on other servers that much. Like, Angora, like, Fishball, Donglei, Chunga, I think they're all, like, absolute animals, like, at the game. And I'd be happy for, like, any of them to, like, go to Worlds and be our representative.
Yeah.
And no flame to anyone else, you know? Just, like, those are the ones off the top of my head, you know?
Yeah. And I guess, like, you've been to Worlds now, but obviously winning MSI is still a big deal, at least for you to make it to the next Worlds as well. So
yeah,
what would it mean for you to actually take it home at MSI as well?
Well, for one thing, it means that it actually matters. Like, set 5.5 matters because, like, if you flunk at like MSI, it's kind of like, well, it's no point playing 5.5 now because the regional final is on 5.5. Because I think like performing well on ladder doesn't really like matter to me, but performing well like in tournaments and like going to Worlds matter. So it's kind of like I'll end up forfeiting it all of 5.5 if I run it at MSI. But more than that, I think it's just like to keep proving myself as a tournament player and not just like choke, you know?
Yeah. And I guess just one more question. Are you concerned that you're slowly running out of win trade accounts that you can play off in these finals?
I think I'm completely out. I think the last one changed the name back, so I'm very concerned. Definitely might not make it this time.
You won't have like the lobbies of just full Twitch TV Razza win trade accounts.
Yeah. Have you seen them a lot on like ladder or something?
Like I just remember post Worlds, like everyone was like swapped their names to like Razza win trade account 1, 2, 3, 4. I remember there was a couple of guys that made it through as well, but I think they have all the name changed. So you're on your own now, buddy.
Yeah.
Anyways, Razza, thank you so much. I really appreciate the chat.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Best of luck at MSI, and look, you've got a title to defend, so get cracking.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah.
and gents. This is Oceania's TFT Reckoning Mid-Set Invitational. It's day 2. I'm Gino, and today with me here, of course, we have Tycoon and Frosty. It's been a hot minute, guys, since we were having some fun back in set 4 with Fates there, but we're back now for the first big tournament here in Oceania for set 5.
It's exciting stuff. It's good to be here. I'm really looking forward to see how everyone shakes out today. We've got 48 players with us. We had 16 eliminated, and we're going to have even more eliminated as the day goes on in batches of 8 here. So really, we've got pretty much the cream of the crop. I'm really looking excited how it all shakes out.
Yeah, and why don't we have a think about that as we'll get into the format in just a second there. Tycoon, we've got you here with us, the man who essentially, people live and die by your sword, also helping out adminning the tournament. A word from you could pretty much spell disaster for these players.
Absolutely not. These guys are all great players in their own rights. I think we're in for some really good games tonight. Really looking forward to it.
Yeah, so Ken, we saw some fun stuff there last night in day 1. Of course, it'll be running today and then across next weekend as well, where we will decide which of these players starts picking up the cash at the end of this. Look, it's been really fun so far. I mean, set 5.5 just around the corner. But yeah, let's have a look at an explainer video here to show you guys just how this tournament's going to play out. So as you can see there, we're about a quarter of the way through this tournament. We've had one day down, and now we're thinking about who's going to make it into that top 32 that we'll see go through into next weekend. It's a pretty brutal format. We saw 16 players eliminated yesterday, and we've got another 16 that have already that will be taken down later today, guys.
Yeah, it's actually one of the most brutal formats because there's a lot of chance for you to get eliminated if you just have a bad set of games. And as we can see here, everyone in these lobbies here gets eliminated after every 3 games. And the seeding works essentially the exact same way. So when you run into it, the top players are going to be essentially facing the top players over and over again. And the people who are not having such a good go of it will continue to face some of the similar ranking players there. So you're going to be finding these players mashed up against sort of the similar point levels here. And that's more to just keep the lobbies fair more than anything else. You don't want to have the top guy just beating down on the little fella all over the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of information going on here, Tycoon, and, someone who helped put this format together, why don't you tell us what you were trying to achieve with what we see here over the 4 days for the MSI?
Yeah, absolutely. So the seeding's basically built around the players that are actually in the area where they're in danger of being eliminated. They get to verse the other players that are also in danger of being eliminated. So you're really kind of up against players that you want to not just get high scoring yourself, but you also want to deny them points to be able to get into that next stage of the tournament. And for those in higher placings, they do have tougher games, but they're mostly just playing for placement anyway, so it's not really a massive difference to them. They're just playing for tiebreakers for the next day.
Yeah, and as we said though, like so many people go home every day, that you really do have to stay on top of your game to make sure that you're making it through on every cut. And we know, sometimes it's TFT, right? Sometimes things just don't go your way. So, why don't we have a think about some of the players who didn't make it through day 1? I mean, certainly the one name that jumped out to me was Pong, right? Now, this guy, he just, like, he seemed to have 9 lives when we were looking at the Fates regional last time, right? I think twice he was like the last player in the cutoff when we're getting towards the next day. But today, yesterday was not his day, and he fell at the first hurdle. Is there anyone else there that jumps out to you guys as having a bit of a rough day and not making it through?
Yeah, absolutely. Donaldino and Vince both not making it through. They're both really good high level challenger players. You've got Nays in there as well. These are some guys that are really, really strong on the ladder, and just not being able to pull it together for tournament play, just having really consistently low scoring. Like, you really only needed an average of 6th place or higher to be able to make it through. And yeah, taking a bunch of 8s and 7s really not going to do it for you.
Yeah, and with 16 players getting eliminated every day, it does mean, it's going to get harder and harder to make it through. As you said, 6th place was enough yesterday. Today, maybe not so much. It'll be a little bit harder than that. And of course, this is only sort of the bottom half here. That we do have, of course, players like Chunga, who I think was actually the number 1 player from yesterday, if I'm reading the score sheet correctly there. Tycoon came out with 3 first place finishes and didn't end the day even off the podium.
No, Chunga was just absolutely smashing it all day. He went 1-1, 3-1. So ending with 3
Nuts.
first places, miles ahead in points, ended at 37 points. The person in second came in at 34. So really just kind of denying the rest of the lobby a lot of points by just taking out first every single round.
Yeah, and Frosty, what about you? Having a look at some of those players who had a big performance yesterday, is there anyone there who you think maybe this is a favorite for the tournament? They're in form, they're showing themselves so far, and you think they're going to take it far in the mid-set invitational here?
I mean, it's honestly less of a case of who do I think is going to take it down. I look at this list and I say, who can't take it down?
Oof.
I've got such names as Chunga, Raza, TXE, Zuzu, Admiration. The list goes on, mate. But we're going to be hopping into game number 1, spectating Fish, who is one of the more notable names here that we've got in OCE. And we are going to be watching Lobby 5 with other such names as the whole king himself, Escher. And we're seeing a fairly nice start from Fish here. Double Warwick to kick things off. Brawler's considered perhaps one of the strongest starts that you can find at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got the two Warwicks there. Not a whole lot to talk about while we're waiting for his gold and stuff to come in. Fishball did do quite well yesterday. He had a really strong start and then took 2 8s in a row. So he went first and then third and then 2 8s, but managed to bring it back with a 7th to actually secure himself. If he had a bad scoring in that last game, he wouldn't be here today.
Escher looking down the barrel of 2 Zyras here. So any kind of draconic start, it feels like he was pretty happy to see that Udia there come out. He picked that up pretty quickly, which signals to me maybe he's hoping he also finds the set. And yeah, from there on, what would you be? What would you be your preferred draconic opener?
You got many. Oh, please go ahead.
I was just gonna say, you don't really need an opener. You just need the 3 draconic units. That's really it. This board's typically doesn't win rounds. Yeah, it typically doesn't win rounds. But you just get the free eco. This is pretty much always the top 4 from this point. It's pretty much Escher's game to lose now.
Okay, well, we'll try and remember that, and chat will hold you to account, I'm sure, Tycoon, if Escher doesn't make the top 4 here in this first game. Fishball as well. We've been having a look at, of course, one of those players who's been around for a long time. I mean, I remember even before we were getting these Riot-supported tournaments, and it was all on Tycoon's back. Fishball was showing up every single week, and generally doing quite well. So definitely a player with some pedigree here in the Oceanic TFT community.
Absolutely. A lot of these players have a lot of history as well, mind you. As we see even, if we look down the list here, Obu was set 3's champion, has managed to come back here for set number 5's mid-set invitational for the time being. And, a lot of players do end up typically sticking around and trying to take down the title here, trying to get that 1 world spot. And as we move over to Hinsey here, who is rocking a 3 skirmisher start with a Warwick as well, looking like a fairly strong one, honestly. Picks up the Shadow Sword, already has a Redemption Slam, off to a great start. Probably going to sell off and try to make 10 here. Most notably, 2 item starts allow you to make gold a lot easier at perhaps the expense of, not having a stronger enough board early on to be able to, contest other strong players. But 3 skirmishes is definitely one of those traits that allows you to potentially win streak and snowball it into something that's really strong, like perhaps a 6 skirmisher mid game. That is one of those sought after compositions.
Yeah, look, talk to me about this particular 3 skirmisher board, Tycoon, because I look at this and I feel like skirmishers, especially early, you often want that 3 drop. Like, you want to be starting off with, say, the Pantheon or the Nidalee. I feel like that tends to be like significantly stronger than the ones you can just naturally pick up from the shops if you're looking for that 2-1, 3 skirmisher trait.
Yeah, absolutely. Cannon's not too good to have early game. It's nice for the stun, but it's usually more of a kind of just throw them in later on. Like Pantheon obviously giving you the 2 Dragon Slayers, which doesn't do a whole lot this early. It's mostly just a little bit of AP for your team because no one's really going to be over the HP threshold to get the proc on it unless they've got like 2-star brawlers with the 2 trait and stuff like that. It's mostly just like Pantheon. Nidalee is going to be like your early game carry. Udyr can be a very good carry as well. He does a lot of damage. Is one of the tankiest skirmishers in the early game. It's just that he kind of falls off a cliff a little bit later on in the game.
Yeah, but that's sometimes that's okay, right? Like, he can be a good item holder. Like, he tends to hold both the AD items potentially for Jax later on, or sometimes, if you've got like a blue buff early that you might want to chuck on your Viego later, he can kind of make use of all pretty much anything you want to chuck on him.
Yeah, true. Yeah, Shadow blue buff on Udyr is really strong as well.
Oh yeah.
If Udyr hits to half, he pretty much never dies because he'll just constantly cast that shield into the claws into the shield with every auto attack. It's just that Shadow blue buff doesn't really have a place in skirmishes in the late game, so it's mostly just to use it while you got it and get rid of it as soon as you can.
I found a little bit of use on Viego though. I think it's you of course you never like guaranteed to get him in the skirmishes, but if you can find maybe like RFC plus very dark blue buff on him, that can be quite the hit.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It's more that like you want to be getting rid of the Udyr earlier in the game, like usually when you're like hitting 7 and trying to get in 6 skirmishes plus 1 other unit. That's really when you need to be getting rid of Udyr, because you want to start putting items on like things like Jax and whatnot.
Let's also not forget there as well that skirmishes can be used as a potential pivot composition. We typically see players go an early board of 3 skirmishes and then potentially roll down at level 7 to try to find something that supports their items a little bit better. So you do end up finding, for example, that Shadow blue buff. You may in fact just want to say go for Abomination instead, or something of the sort, units like Rise that can support it really well. We often refer to Rise as the trap card a lot of the time, because as soon as you proc that Shadow blue buff, your entire team is going to start getting stunned up for the most part. But as we move over to Escher's board here, we can see that Escher is starting to prioritize going for some of those Draconic units. Already has a Zyra too. I think, for the most part, the thing that we're going to be talking a lot about is direction. When it comes to all of these compositions here and players just trying to find what they're trying to go for. And it seems like Escher has been given a pretty clear direction this game. We've got a Zyra 2 on board here. We've got the Draconic in. It's time to start going for that Zyra 3 with the potential of putting Abomination in there as well.
Okay, you think he's just going straight for that? I mean, the direction he seems to be going down is right now is down in life total, sitting down at 76. At 2-6 is not a fantastic start, but you think the Draconic and getting those eggs going will be enough to secure him that top 4 as was predicted earlier by Tycoon?
Very potentially. Honestly, I think that this is almost expected of the Draconic comp, as it does take a little bit of time to ramp up. It's not something that has that immediate amount of power given to the traits. You'll see a lot of traits like Nightbringers or Skirmishers that just get this instantaneous benefit from it. Well, Draconic takes a little bit to get going here. And as we see these eggs start to pop more and more, I mean, it's the Ash 2s that start to come in, and then the front line, and everything of the sort that just adds up over time. So, it's it's almost expected that it's just going to end up this way. And this loss for Escher, really good. Really wanted to keep this loss streak going on into Krugs here to be able to make sure that we're going to be able to have enough gold to try to find some of these more exclusive units, such as perhaps the Heimer if you don't hit. But there's another Zara.
Yeah, I think that looks like one of those ones where you were actually hoping for the loss there. He's probably pretty happy about that. Only one unit as well, so doesn't lose too much life, but maintains that econ, which is, honestly just stacking on top of the bonus that the Draconic is already giving him.
Yeah, so Ash has got like two directions he can go from here. He's probably looks like he's angling more towards Abomination, but with that sword there, he could also start going for a Heimerdinger angle. Pretty much just playing the same comp anyway, but just moving, instead of going for a Zyra 3, moving into Heimerdinger in the late game. He is holding the extra Zyra, so he might do it. But yeah, look, he's starting to hit his 2-star units for free now. Like, that's two 3-cost units that he's leveled up. And he does slam the Abomination item, so that this will most likely be an Abomination game. The Shadow Hurricane doesn't really work in the Heimerdinger comp at all, so pretty much going to be hanging on to the Abomination all game if he hits, because he's still kind of looking for that brand.
Yeah, well, look, his cam's looking a little fuzzy right now, but his direction, as you say, certainly isn't. With that Shadow Runans making it very likely he's going to want to get Scion out and about. So we're all just moving across to almost there now. And we can
I don't know
see
if you saw it or not, but we did just miss someone had a 6 Forgotten board with a Shadow Zeke's Draven, which is probably the strongest 6-cost board you can get in the game. Yep.
Okay.
I think it was Reverse Ingots had it. That's an amazing board to have this early in the game.
That's cutting it lightly, honestly,
Yeah. Look, there it is there. Who is he looking at? Oh.
I'm surprised S is not just sitting there, like shaking his head, being like, why can't I hit like that, guys? This is not fair. But hey, look, he's up to 5 Zaras already.
Oh, there's his Abomination. Yep, goes straight to 6, slams it in. Is he going to slam the BT for the Abomination? It's not the best item, but it still does the trick. He's going to reforge.
Ooh, and he gets
an IE.
Nice.
Very nice. That is one of the Abomination's better items to go alongside with that Shadow Hurricane as well there. Tends to output a ton of damage. Ash is in a really good spot now. I was looking a little bit shaky before he hit this. But now he's got Nunu too, he's got a brand on board, he's got pretty much perfect A-bomb items. Now this is the time where the Draconic A-bomb comp starts to come online here. And even though we were mentioning before that, Escher's path is, pretty much set for the meantime, there's still quite a few options that Escher has available. If Escher does manage to find an A-bomb spat, then it just may be that, Escher will eventually just transition off of this Zyra. But with 5 Zyras, it's in a little bit of an awkward spot where you kind of still want to try to pick up these Zyras, but you also want to prioritize getting the A-bomb items as well. So it'll be interesting to see where he chooses to go from here.
Yeah, he's also got 5-cost Egg on bench, which I think he might be looking to go 7 here. The 5-cost Egg does have a very low chance to pop out a Heimerdinger, but you can only hit it at level 7. So if Escher went 7 here, he could hit it on 3-5 when it does pop. It's not the best interval to level. I actually thought he was going to level last turn because it is a decent interval and he had the gold for it. But it looks like he's playing a lot safer gameplay here, trying to get a bit more econ in and just kind of survive a bit. But being lowest HP in the lobby, I feel like it's not a bad idea to go straight to 7 and just kind of casino that egg.
Absolutely. Now as we move into almost their board, who is win streaking at the moment at 98 health, A-bomb comes out and we see the work of this Abomination spell casting running into that Gragas there. This is just the power of A-bomb going to work here. Even though Umor's there is only at 20 gold at this point in time, Escher's economy really starting to pay off. There's a lot of good stuff on this board. What do you think he's going to go for here?
Couple of things. It's definitely going to be something for his Abomination. I don't know if he's going to go for the Rise or go for like a belt. He's just going to go straight for the Rive. I think he's going to push straight to 7 here, which is now going to be too late for that egg because I'm pretty sure he got it at 3-1, which means it pops this turn. I wasn't really paying attention, so it might might be popping the round after. If it is popping the round after, then this is an amazing interval to go 7.
Absolutely.
You can see he's trying to work that out in his head right now. Doesn't
Oh,
pop,
yeah, so it didn't pop,
he
yeah.
does have the chance. You can see, as expected, does push for that level 7. Still got 30 gold. That's the power of that early help from the Econ with Draconic. So now, fingers crossed, everyone. Let's see. Does the Heimer come through? I think I saw that spreadsheet the other day, actually, that had the numbers on it. I can't remember what it was. It was like 1% or something, was it, for Heimerdinger eggs if you were at 3 Draconic?
Hey, don't look at me. I don't know. I've officially gone off of math at this point. I've rescinded my name on these sorts of broadcasts here because I just can't get the math right, honestly. You know what I will say? If he hits, he hits. And that'll be pretty amazing, but it'll be really interesting. I don't think, even with 5 A-Bomb available, not 5 A-Bomb, 5 Draconic available to him, I still don't think that that's more than likely going to be the thing that he goes for, since he's got such a strong Abomination here, which is going to be the focal point of this composition for the time being. Even with these Zyras in play, it's mostly just a supporting unit that holds Shojins really well and has the potential, if the Zyra 3 isn't hit, to be moved over onto that Heimerdinger instead. Another Ashe popping out here as well. As you can see, Ashe can also be a priority of this composition. You can see a lot of players go for an Ashe 3, but that typically ends up in more of a Rangers-esque style build where the players will transition into 4 Rangers later on here. I mean, Ashe is pretty much going for just straight up A-Bomb. That's the focal point here.
Yeah, we just sold that last Ashe, right? So that does seem to suggest that he is going to be going along with those A-Bomb, the fantastic A-Bomb items that he's already gotten, have, stabilized him a little bit more here in Stage 3. Obviously, as Stage 2 was suffering a little bit at the start.
Yeah, the Ashe is like, it's basically just eco at this point. Like, you don't really need to go Ashe 3 without any items for it. The A-Bomb is pretty much always going to be better than the Ashe, so he's never going to be pivoting to the Ashe. The Zyra is still, I think he's just thinking about it. Is he going to get something out of these eggs? Ooh,
I think he's...
No, he didn't. Oh, he got 2 items.
Yeah,
okay.
2 items. Nice.
That's not bad. Not the greatest items. Tier can be a Archangels for the Zyra, which in turn is going on the Heimerdinger later, which is his best item. The Cloak, not too good. He's already had 2 cloaks and he's already got an open cloak, so that's not going to do a whole lot, but it might be like just any defensive item, really. He hits a Rage Blade or the Archangels here. That's huge.
Yeah. And he's got a lot of choices as to what he wants to do with this here. And to, previously mention it, you were saying that he is more than likely going to be trying to go for that Heimerdinger. I think putting in the gold into leveling here is pretty much signifying that that is exactly the game plan that he is trying to do. Simply because most of the time, if you're trying to hit that Zyra 3, you're more than likely going to try to stay at 7 and try to hit that power spike. Even though Escher is on a win streak right about now, he is still in the lower half of the lobby in terms of health, so that might be a consideration, but we're going to see a Chalice coming out here onto this A-Bomb, and that's one of the interesting sort of items to put on there. Doesn't directly affect the A-Bomb, but you see the Zyra doing massive work, chunking out the Draven in the back line here, and what Reverse Ingot's composition was so strong before with that 6 Forgotten early Draven, hasn't managed to find the Draven 2 on another roll down here, and Escher is going to find himself sliding up the leaderboard.
Yeah,
5 wins in a row now.
This comp really does well against Draven, because with Forgotten, they don't really have any ranged units other than Draven, maybe Vayne. So Draven's usually like just sitting at the back, and if there's one unit sitting at the back, Zyra's just going to have a field day on it. Oh, hits the Revenant spat while playing Sins.
Yeah, that's not too bad
That's
at
6
all, right?
knockdowns.
Obviously, when you're trying to get towards the 4 or the 6 assassin mark, often you've got the Ivern and the Volley Bear down there just to give you some sort of stall while your assassins do all the work in the back line, but then all of a sudden just gives you that extra opportunity. If you're Revenant, what's his name? Nocturne, if he's unlucky enough to get, caught off, CC'd somehow, something like that, all of a sudden he's coming back in at, what is it? 3, you're looking at, I think it's 40% HP, which means he's got the chance to heal himself back up. Whereas, he can't always do that when he's reviving at 10.
No, often with the 10% revive, he just revives and instantly dies again.
It's more of a token sort of synergy there, where it's, it looks nice on the side of the screen there. Oh, look! True Revenant being able to be fit in, but in reality, it's more of just an aggro drop more than anything else. If Nocturne finds himself being the last one dying, reviving with Revenant, it's almost certain that with 2 Revenant, he's just still going to be dying. But with 3 Revenant, there is a good chance that Nocturne can just come back and, murder an entire team, especially with that Bleak Ziggs Herald giving him 80% attack speed. It's a fairly terrifying thing, and it'll only get scarier with the 3-star version coming in soon, but unfortunately Fish is at 0 gold right about now and doesn't really have a chance to make an interval unless he wants to sell off some more of those critical pieces, holding onto that Kha'Zix with the chance to hit 6 Assassin, which is quite a big spike for the composition. I just wanted to really splash on Fish's splashes here in the composition, putting in that Ironclad for that little extra frontline. Rel is just an insane frontline, and it fits into almost any composition for the most part, where it's just a good all-round unit, provides an extra shield, and just so happens to be really tanky too. And yeah, we see the effectiveness in this fight working both ways, where Escher also has a Rel that really worked against Fish in this fight, being able to stop that Nocturne from attacking. But here we see the power of 3 Revenant coming in. That Nocturne's already at full health again, really taking down the Abomination. Looks like it's going to get stunned up though, and the extra damage that it takes from coming up after that revive is going to be enough to take it down.
Yeah, the CC from the Nocturne there coming through, and just a little bit too much. But yeah, I want you to talk to me about the sort of state of Fish's board and his economy, and just how he's kind of going overall here, Tycoon, because he's looking at a spatula on the side there. Does that mean he definitely wants the assassin out of that? I think he would have been looking for the gauntlet there, but couldn't find it on the carousel. Yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I was muted.
Go ahead, Tycoon.
So yeah, he just went for another Shadow Locket. Kind of surprised he didn't go for a bow to hit a Hurricane on the Nocturne to kind of increase his DPS. I guess he's really valuing the defensive stats, because there was a bow there that he could take. There was no glove, so he couldn't hit the Sin Spat. So kind of interesting. He is hitting his Katarina with the double Shadow Locket, which means she's not going to generate any mana, which means she's not going to cast.
It's only a Cat 1, so maybe it's not the biggest deal, but also the Ivern. I mean, he's got an Ivern too there that's only getting mana from being targeted by other units. How do you feel about that?
You need your Ivern to be as tanky as he can, right? But you also need him to cast at some point, because he's going to die, and you need the aggro to then go to Daisy. He pretty much will always cast, and he just drags units away from the front line. So the front line's essentially sitting away from his carries. His main thing at the moment is his Nocturne doesn't have...
Double 1% volley shop. Hello.
Yeah, wow. His main issue at the moment is that he has no damage on this Nocturne. It's just not 3-star, doesn't have like a Shadow Last Whisper or a Hurricane or something to ramp it up a bit more. So he's really starting to fall off. If he doesn't hit this 3-star Nocturne soon, I can't see this really being much stronger than like a 6th or a 7th place. But the power difference here, if he does get a 3rd item and hit that 3 Nocturne, can easily be a 1st place.
Right, so what do you do at this point? Because obviously he got down to 7, went for the big roll down, did not hit enough of those units to try and 3-star. Obviously, you're generally either looking for your Nocturne, sometimes maybe the Katarina, but obviously the items this time was certainly on the Nocturne. But at this point, are you just like 100%? There's no other option for you once you've rolled down and not hit, but should you just donkey roll and keep hoping that you do get the 3-star Nocturne?
Yeah, he can try and pray and hopes that he hits naturally. It's pretty unlikely at this point. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see him roll it down on 5-1 again to hit it and to stabilize and to just kind of get a higher placement. If he was like really playing for first here, he could greed to just till he's at 1 life and essentially try to roll in Spike, but I think it's more likely he just rolls down at 5-1 here.
Okay,
I
we'll
think
see what he
it's-
gets from Raptors.
go ahead.
And then, yep, no, you go ahead.
I think it's a case of, is Fish trying to play for a position right about now? Because as you mentioned it, he is just
Assassin's
more than
Pad?
likely going to be going for probably that Assassin's Pad, yeah, but I can definitely see him just trying to roll down in this situation here. You're already starting to bleed out enough
Ooh,
as
one
possible.
more.
One off of the
One more.
Nocturne 3 here. This is the scariest Nocturne to try to find because it's just ever so elusive for the most part.
He skipped the Garen. He could have taken the Assassin Garen.
He does put the Kha'Zix in though, and along
He's
with that Revenant
pretty
spat
cool.
he's got on the Katarina, yeah, he's gonna make something very tanky, but unfortunately can't get that level 3 Nocturne. Needs to do something with the cloaks at this point, because obviously at 32 health he's looking a little bit rough, but just he's so close to having a really killer comp here with 4 Revenant, 6 Assassin.
You see the problem that he's running into right now against this upgraded Yasuo board that Arfs is running. It just tickles it. There's not a lot of damage coming through from this Nocturne, but looks like the consistent damage coming through quite a bit. The GA pops on the Yasuo and that Hodge coming in clutch there. It's barely not enough to get it done. The difference between this Nocturne 2 and this Nocturne 3 is astronomical at this point. I don't think the Dragon's Claw would have done too much against the composition like that, mostly relying on that true damage for the most part. But, I mean, there is the chance where it maybe could have gotten an extra unit out or something with the sword and just perhaps stabilized them just that little bit more. But as we see here, he's choosing to not prioritize selling off these Katarinas here to try to find that Nocturne 3. And it's an interesting one here because there was the chance that, you sell off the Katarina here, you have the ability to find a Nocturne off of it and then sell a Kha'Zix. And I don't really think that the difference between a Kha'Zix 1 and a Kha'Zix 2 is going to necessarily make the biggest difference in a lot of these fights here. As we see that majority of the time it's just kill or be killed. We're seeing that this Abomination is doing a lot of killing, and Fish is not doing a lot of killing to this really tanky board.
Yep, now down to 1 life. He did pick up 1 Diana as he did sell. There we
there it
go!
is.
Finally! Is it too late though? With 8 life left, he hits the Nocturne 3, but he's still on level 7. We've got to remember that. He's got, he can maybe just eke it out and finally get to level 8, where he has a chance to pick up that sort of the Volley 2, the Diana 2. He's still got lots of upgrades left on his board. So I think the question now is really just, can this Nocturne 3 carry him until that point? The 2 Shadow Lockets on the Ivern, honestly impressing me in how much they're doing. That Ivern is staying alive for a long time each round.
Yeah, it's a lot of tank stats. Swapping over to Hinsey now. What's he playing? 6 skirmishes, 2. So it's just a Jax, but his Jax has double Titans and a.
Ooh.
Yeah, that definitely looks like a -18 board. He's got 2 Titans and a BT on his Jax. Not very good not good Jax items at all. Like, there's a lot of items Jax can use, and I can't say I've ever seen 2 Titans. Oh, and Fish does go out and sell.
No. As soon as he gets the upgrade, Fish taken out. So unfortunately,
yeah, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, I mean, look, Rev 3 is pretty good, but we've got to remember he only had the 2 items as well.
That's one of the things. It's one of the things is I have definitely seen that composition come from those positions before and come back to win entire lobbies, but usually you have to find yourself with better items than the one that Fish did. Unfortunately, there with as many cloaks as he'd had, it just wasn't going to work out for him in the end. Maybe we go back to that the second Shadow Locket pickup there as perhaps something that might have ended up costing him in the end. Not picking up a potential Hurricane might have swung a few fights in his favor and maybe been able to, save a few health points. But in reality, a lot of this lobby is extraordinarily strong at this point. You have a look at everyone else. There's a Teemo 2 already. I believe it was on the Almost Theirs board. That's going to be chunking out a lot of people.
Well, going into this round, Escher's just put the Morellos on his level 2 Garen there. So that's, of course, going to be doing a bit of extra burning. We can see he's also got the Spellweaver on the Rel, which I really like because it pumps up that shield to levels where it can really help sustain that front line.
Yeah, he doesn't have a third abomination item yet. I wouldn't really count the chalice as an abomination. Oh, does he have an item on his Nunu? I might have missed that.
I believe he has a bramble vest.
Oh, he's got the bramble.
Shadow
Okay, so he does have
vest
that
on there.
item.
Yeah.
Yeah, a bit of a weird board. He's got the 3 Spellweavers in there as well. I guess you could drop an abomination for the Spellweaver, but that's probably a large portion of your damage. I did notice he did have a Heimerdinger earlier, but it was after he'd hit the Zyra 3, so he decided to sell that rather than keep it. It's kind of hard to see how he's going to cap his board higher other than just going 9 here and throwing in something extra like an Ivern and a Volibear. Could throw in another Invoker as well, or Mystics. This Invoker board is really strong though. Teemo is in Garen range though, so that's kind of... Nah, Zyra snapped it out.
That's it. Big snipes by the Zyra there, and it's one of the reasons why the Zyra boards typically find themselves to be pretty strong against this Invoker style board here. You know, even that Teemo's really strong, but Garen too, being the main carry, I'd say, in this fight, being able to provide that much tankiness against the Invoker board just really helps your units to have enough time to, you know, be able to actually get through to the Teemo there. Now, as we move over to Almost There, who is essentially on 1 life, now the game becomes really, really scary. It becomes a game of positioning at this point and trying to play around everyone else. I mean, in the Almost There's position, this board is essentially capped out. The only thing that you're really lacking is, you know, a Garen 2, an Ivan 2, even a Volley 2, but those are tough units to find. You're not exactly going to find them, and they're such highly sought after units as well. So it's going to be a bit of an ask to see how you upgrade this board from here, but there's another Volley. It isn't really a realistic blink to try to hit from here.
Does hit the Heimerdinger? Can he get that in? He's got some really good items. It might be worth dropping this armor for the Heimer, because he's got the Archangels and the Shojin, but decides to keep the armor, I guess, for the Dawnbringers, values it a bit higher.
Also, it's 4 Invoker as well with the Karma.
Yeah,
he has got 4 Invoker in at the moment.
You've got to keep in mind, for a lot of champions, the 4 Invokers doesn't really do a whole lot. Like Karma, for example, with a Shojin, I'm pretty sure the difference between 4 and 2 Invokers doesn't make a difference on how many times it takes for her to cast, but it will affect things like Teemo.
Yeah, and considering he's got the Teemo 2 there with 3 pretty strong items on him as well, it feels like that could be even more of a consideration, potentially. You can see they're actually doubling the damage of the Karma.
Yeah, you've got that as well. Like, you just got to keep in mind that Heimer is so good, and especially with an Archangels, on your first cast, it gives your Heimerdinger like 70 AP, like it's more than a death cap. So it is like, even at a 1-star, it can often output the most damage on your team just with like a single cast, and then on the second cast, it's pretty much like everything.
Yeah, it's interesting here. There is a Lux 2 in at the moment, and the Lux 2 isn't really providing anything to the team here. You know, unfortunately, Almost There doesn't have Mystic in nor Redeemed in at the moment, so it's really just there as more of a supplemental unit. I would argue that I don't think that a Heimer 1 is better than a Lux 2 in these sorts of situations. The incidental healing that you get off of this Lux with those shields can turn out to be quite strong and perhaps difference maker, but I mean, it is Heimerdinger, and Heimerdinger is ridiculously strong, but you know what else is ridiculously strong? Turns out Teemo 2 melting through teams here is pretty good.
Yeah. Well, you've got to say, though, the value provided by Syndra in that battle was also nuts. I mean, you know, you had the Garen getting lifted up by a Viego there, I think, at one point, and the amount of CC just keeping the enemy team away from the Teemo and just allowing him to do that work actually provided so much value.
It. As we see here, as we head into the final 3, it's going to come down to a lot of positioning. I really want to see Almost There trying to position around Escher's Abomination here, as we see moving everything over to the right side. It is going to be trying to play around all of the Viegos that may be on Reverse Ingot's board as well. Now we come into the crucial mashup. Escher on a win streak in the first place here. Has double Heimer and shot, but as we see those Zyra roots coming through there and absolutely tearing up the backline. good Kindred ult, managing to stop the majority of the damage, but it looks like just the consistent damage. This Garen 2 is so big, and the extra wave coming out from the A-bomb is just too much. It's just too much to deal with. It's multi-layered threats, and almost there. Even with a stacked board, is going to go out in third.
So only reverse Ingots and Escher left alive now. We've already proven Tycoon's prediction correct here, with Escher making it not only to the top 4 now, but the top 2. Reverse Ingots, I think, was on 60 health when the rest of these guys, including Escher, were sitting on their current totals like 29, and has since lost, I think, maybe 3 or 4 combats in a row here, and he's only got the one last chance here to turn things around and take down Escher for the win. Ooh.
Yeah, I think he needs to drop something here for this Heimer, because I think it's drop... Is it drop the Rise?
I think it might be drop the Taric. I don't think 2 is going to be terribly valuable here. And I don't think it's doing too much, as we see the Viego is going to be shrouding the Taric here. That's never going to be casting now. But a big Rel, and this is why Rel is so good into these compositions like Forgotten, because most of the units are melee based and do end up running into the Rel more often than not, which means it's going to get a huge stun. But I mean, this is why A-Bomb is just so good. It manages to absolutely mop up the composition, and Escher in the first game of today is going to end up taking first against Reverse Ingots.
Yeah, the Abomination, the Draconic Opener. It's just so much free gold in the early game. He just gets like an extra 20 gold through stage 2 over everyone else for literally free. Yeah, you sacrifice some health for it, but you stabilize at level 6 and you just pretty much like stabilize at level 6, hit Abomination like he did, and you pretty much just win the game from there. Like like I said from the start, it was his game to lose and he didn't, and yeah, it was pretty much a standard first place there with a really good opener.
Yeah, had some to spare, right? I mean, he finished off there with 29 health. We were talking a little bit about how he slipped down so far in stage 2 just to use that Draconic opener and buff that Econ up, but didn't even matter in the end. He could have lost that much health again and still have been fine. So obviously, if there's one stage you want to tank, it's stage 2, because you don't lose anywhere near as much health there.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's the power of hitting. That's the power of hitting a Draconic on 2-1, though, is the thing, right? Is that you get the gold so much earlier than everything else, whereas a lot of the time people will start trying to force it in stage 3 by just, holding onto the units as such. But being able to save that extra health, get that extra gold early, is really going to help out in the long run when you're trying to find some of these more sought-after units, like the Heimerdingers and such.
Okay, well, there's game 1, guys. We've got 4 more coming up, but let's go to a quick break now, and we'll be back with you very shortly. We're back. Very soon we will be getting into game 2 here for Oceania's TFT Reckoning. It's the mid-set invitational. We may refer to it as MSI. It's not that massive league event that's in the middle of the year. It's actually much better than that. You don't have to micro the units. They just do everything themselves. Personally, I think it's just a far superior game. Riot have basically taken an old game and they've improved on it. Is that your thoughts about TFT?
I'm hearing some police sirens in the backgrounds because I hear that there's been shots fired right about now. I have no affiliation to this broadcast whatsoever. I would just like everyone to know that beforehand, before saying absolutely. TFT is one of the finest esports out there, and League of Legends can take a back seat right about now because we got some high octane action for you all today with 32 of the best players that are going to be coming out on top while leaving the rest behind, 16 to be exact. We've got a live scoreboard as well, so exclamation mark scoreboard, I believe it was. If you want to check the scores, exclamation mark scores has been told by our developer here, who is very adamant on that. But yeah, no, we just saw a bit of a game out of there, and that's a really important lobby as well because those are some of the lowest score holders there, and scores carry over throughout the days here. So everyone who scored on day one a really high score, like Chunga, who managed to take our first spot there, is going to be feeling a lot safer about moving into next week when you've got a nice little 18-point bumper between first and 48th here. So when it comes down to it, we're going to be spectating some of the more critical lobbies here, the ones that we really want to get on top of to make sure that we can see all the action and see all the players who are going to be going in and out.
Yeah, thanks. That's a really important point, Frosty, that you make there with the scores carrying over. So, if you were looking at that format... Yes,
the scores don't carry over from day to day. It's your ranking comes over from the day before. So it's just your seeding and your tiebreakers. Your actual scores themselves are just cumulative throughout that day. Sorry.
Of course. Now, this is why we have Tycoon on the broadcast, just so that, instead of for those of you who aren't like watching Twitch chat all the time, where I feel like Tycoon hangs out anyway and is like, correcting people on in Twitch chat, this time you just get him directly into your ears and like just cut the nonsense off like at the knees when it's happening. And if, with Frosty and me on the broadcast, of course, there's always going to be a lot of nonsense happening.
Yeah,
oh, absolutely.
I just know every time I write up a format rulebook, I just know nobody's reading it. If that's one thing I've learned about TFT players is they do not read.
Look, mate, it's not your fault. I'll say that for the majority of rulebooks that I have been a part of, I just do not read them. I'll just have someone to just summarize the points for me there, and I'll just go, all right, yep. Nailed it, and I'll just spew endless amounts of nonsense onto the broadcast here and get everyone confused. It's an absolute delight. What can I say?
Oh, look, it is what it is, All
right, so we'll be getting into that next game very shortly. Look, I love being on the broadcast with you guys because it means I can just think of whatever obscure TFT question I want, and then we'll fire it at you and see if you know the answer. So I've got one I was thinking of earlier. Tycoon, I feel like you're putting your hand up to answer all of these and telling me that you're essentially just going to yeet yourself off the broadcast if you get any of these wrong or you don't know the answer.
I'll try my best.
First one coming up. I feel like this one's not actually that hard, but I suck, so I don't know it. And maybe some of the viewers are in that basket as well. All right. If you have a Last Whisper equipped, right? And you hit them with the crit, it activates the Last Whisper. Does it apply to that first hit that also applies the Last Whisper armor break?
No, because it's on the crit.
Okay,
so the damage has already been applied before the status effect has been applied.
Okay, so it's only going to be like when you hit them with the next, like let's say Draven Axe, that they're actually getting that armor break effect.
Yep. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Interesting to know you can actually have dual gauntlet on a champion and Last Whisper, and if the spell itself crits, it'll apply Last Whisper.
Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Not only answering the question, but going beyond it and giving us the extra mile, giving us those juicy tidbits. That's why we love having you guys on the broadcast. You know what else we love? A bit of TFT action. So there we go. We're going to get into our second game now, and we've got some great players here in this lobby. We're looking at Chunga, we're looking at Escher, we've got Mr. TSM FTX himself, Keen, and we're having a look right now at Perfect Slumbers.
Well, you know what else I love going? I love going above and beyond for the viewers as well. If you have a final Whisper as well, that'll also work out with a crit glove, and we'll see that perhaps with some Vel'Koz game players that is one of the things, and you can apply armor and magic shred to the entire team. And if you end up critting on that first one, you're going to find that Vel'Koz is going to do a lot of damage. So, hey, perhaps a little bit of a possibility to see a bit. But as we move over, we see Keen's board. Now's got that bow in the tier here. Now, I have to ask you, Tycoon, what has been your item priority when it comes to ladder? What is your go-to on the carousel here?
Honestly, I play everything and anything. I'll give everything a go. At the moment, I've been liking a lot of tiers and going straight for that Heimerdinger angle straight from the get-go. But like, there's so many good items. Like, pretty much as it's always been, you don't want to start with Cloak. Glove is pretty average as well. But everything else is pretty much playable.
Yeah, it's been really interesting to see the transition between having offensive items be the priority for the most part. But as Set 5 has gone on, a really interesting transition has happened where defensive items have gone really strong. Like, we've been seeing a lot of Warmogs be prioritized early for units like Gragas, simply because they make such good use of that big health pool for the Dawnbringers trait. And, I mean, as we mentioned it right here, Dawnbringers coming right to the fray. I really love Keen's decision to keep the Lee Sin in though, and this is one point that I wanted to talk about before, is that beforehand, I mean, in the last time that we were doing this broadcast here, one of the big priorities was trying to make economy early. And we see a lot more players that will instead try to prioritize keeping the strong 3 costs in. And funnily enough, it's not just 1 or 2 3 costs, you know, it's not just Nidalee or not just Lee Sin here. There's a lot of 3 costs that you want to keep around just simply because they benefit you so well early. It's no longer a case of you see a 3 cost, you sell it just to try to get to 10. Who cares about trying to play a strong build early? No, a lot of these players are instead going to try to prioritize keeping that win streak going. You know, we see a lot of early game based boards around, say, Hellions. Hellions love to win streak, especially if you hit 5 Hellions early. You know what Hellions need for 5 Hellion? A Lulu.
Yeah, there's Lulu and Morgana are probably the least sought after 3 costs. Lulu's really only going to fit into Hellions earlier, and if you can hit that 5 Hellion at level 5, it is an insane spike. Morgana's okay. You really need specific things, most notably a GA, to make Morgana work. GA Morella probably being her best early game items. She can easily clean up a whole front line on her own. But not a lot of people will slam Morellas or GA. We did actually see Keen just go ahead and slam a Morello. But he's got a good user for it. Like, Morgana's just not too good. They're probably the only 3 costs I wouldn't beat in the early game. They're just immediate sells, really.
And is that just because, you know, comps that use those sort of items, like, you know, we've seen a big fall off in terms of, say, Kale Stall comps where you do like the Guardian Angel there. Is it because those comps have sort of fallen out of favor in the last couple of patches?
Yeah, they're really high roll comps. Like, to play Kale now, you've basically got to hit a Kale super early and just have the right items ready to play it. Like, you can't go into a game going, I'm going to play Kale this game, because odds are you just won't hit the Kale and you won't even play it. What else uses a GA? There's not really a whole lot. Like, it's kind of a nice little splash item, but it's not a premier item at the moment for sure. Like, your front lines value health more, your back lines just value more DPS in the early game. Like, it's just not a good item to slam.
Yeah, like, you know, you're never sad about it if you've got like a redeem comp or something like that, and maybe you can, you know, your rel will get 1 extra cast off if you've got you know, either GA or Shadow GA or something like that. But yeah, as you say, it's not one of those items you tend to be chasing early on anymore. No,
absolutely not. Like, by the time your GA is popped in the early game, you've probably already lost the round.
Yeah.
But the only champion I would consider slamming a GA on would be Morgana, because she's useless without it, because she most likely won't get the stun. But even then, if you've got a Morgana with a Warmog in the early game, that's still like infinite.
That's just hurting Morgana's feelings there, in all honesty. But I think a really big note around GA is that GA really prioritizes big ultimates, right? And there aren't a lot of big ultimates that the frontline tends to use early nowadays. You think about it, it's more consistent damage for the most part, especially in the early game where it's just, you see a lot of these repeated casts. Morgana's is perhaps the exception to that rule, where you really do want Morgana to get this big stun off. Otherwise, the initial damage that you get off of the cast, not really that impactful. But as we look at Keen's board here, putting in that Nightbringers and has the Skirmishers in it as well, in a really decent spot, even chooses to forgo putting in a Nunu, perhaps one of the premier early game units here, just to try to fit in all of these traits.
And I think that almost sort of goes to a bigger balance discussion here that we can have, guys, because at the moment, it feels like balance is really good. There's heaps and heaps of comps that are very viable all the way up to top 4, all the way up to top 1 as well. And it's interesting that you know, none of those, or like barely any of those really are using that GA, which in a lot of sets throughout TFT's history has been like a very sought after item and important to a lot of comps. So it's interesting that none of them are really using that much at the moment, or even if we're thinking about Morgana and saying she's the only like sort of top tier user of it, that, you know, Coven also, we have seen that fall off quite a lot. You know, why do you guys think that is? Was it really just the nerf that came out towards the assassin who
LeBlanc.
I'm getting the name of?
Yeah.
Yes, LeBlanc.
Yeah.
Is that why you think?
Very heavy-handed on LeBlanc. They wanted to make her a utility assassin. Unfortunately, they didn't buff her utility. They only nerfed her damage and called it a day. So that's pretty much why that comp completely died, and that's pretty much why they're removing it into set 5.5, because it's really hard to balance as well. Yeah, I'm kind of glad LeBlanc's gone. There was a lot of mess at the start of the set with the Blue Bluff LeBlanc madness. Yeah. I was an abuser. I did get a lot of LP off that. But the only real Coven comp at the moment is the like Vladimir reroll type comp. But even then, it's still not very good. You can kind of go like a Coven Vladimir comp to the like just try to get to level 7, 8, and then move into again a Heimerdinger comp, because it's just so much better.
Right, and with Vlad at the moment, you'd probably rather just do what it looks like maybe Perfect Slumbers is going for here, which is the pony. Not the pony reroll, but the like the Cavalier reroll. Is that? I don't know if that's an option.
Yeah. The Cavalier reroll is very big at the moment. The telltale sign of him potentially going for that is the Shadow Ionic on the Hecarim. It's one of Hecarim's best items. He stacks up the ability power really well. Gives him a little bit of magic resist, but it's mostly just he gets that magic resist shred, and then casts his ult and just pretty much obliterates anything within his little range. And he is hitting a lot of Cavalier units. Like, he's hitting a lot of pieces here.
That's it. He's in a really strong position to try to transition into that. Doesn't have any tears for the potential of trying to get Brand online, but we've been seeing a recent shift, whereas before it was mostly focusing on Brand. We've seen a lot of players try to go towards, say, perhaps a Victor carry instead, recognizing that outputs a lot more damage over the course of a fight, simply because of, you know, well, just how strong Victor's spell is at 3-star. But also, a big notable part is the shields. You get really big shields, and that just supplements trying to keep your Cavaliers alive, trying to keep your Hecarim alive as long as possible. Because, for the most part, the damage doesn't really come from the spellcasters. I mean, it's certainly there, as we see here. He just naturally hits 2 really big pairs. It's not necessarily that it's not there, it's just that the Hecarim does so much damage, especially with that Shadow Ionic, that just trying to keep it alive for as long as possible is going to work out in your favor.
And you can see he's already had 4 rods. Is that exactly the kind of thing you want to see? Not only on top of the amount of units that he needs for this composition that he's grabbing, but just in terms of having them all available early.
Yeah, he's got a lot of rods. You do need a lot of rods in this comp. He's not slamming the decap because it's not the best in this comp. You're going to get a lot of stats anyway. From like things like Forgotten. You really need like a Rage Blade on your Victor so he can infinitely ramp just like your Hecarim is. And then also looking for Dual Gauntlet, There's another item I can't think of right now. But he's got the sword on the
Archangels?
bench as well, which is also looking for the Shojin. So I'm pretty sure he's locked himself into playing cavalry role here. He could use it to go 7, but I don't know. It really depends if he levels this round or not.
I think the priority here is more than likely going to be on trying to go for this Cavalier comp. We see him holding on to the extra units here, just in case he wants to try to make that transition. And I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe just a little bit of a slow roll, but no, instead choosing to press that D key. Really wants to hit that Hecarim too, and manages to find it here. Yeah, he's going for it all right.
Yep, absolutely. He just hit so many pieces. And he's going to
That's
slam
nice,
the Shadow
right?
Locket.
Because he's already down to 20 gold, and that maybe even gives him the opportunity to get a little bit more eco before he has to push even further if he's hoping to 3-star these units.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really?
he's holding the 2 victors on the bench, which pretty much means he's probably going to reroll this.
And this is one of the big things with this composition here is that even though, you know, we talk about pressing levels in a lot of these compositions, you know, you really want to try to find those high cost units. You want to find your Dravens, your Karmas, your Teemos, your Vola Bears, these sorts of things. This composition doesn't level. This composition typically stays 6, hits literally every 3 cost that it can besides maybe a Thresh, you know, and I mean, there have only been times that you can just see a golden composition by the time that it's level 7, through naturally just gaining 2 experience every single turn. I've actually found that happens quite a lot, but Slumbers is gonna slam that death cap. Really interesting choice here, choosing not to prioritize, say, the Ginsus. I definitely think that the Ginsus is a nice aspect of the composition, but Shojin is probably the biggest piece that is required here, just to be able to make that Victor cast reliably a lot of the time.
Yeah, the decap is decent. Like it's okay. Like I probably would have saved the rods here for something better. I guess he's just feeling like he's not strong enough and needs the immediate power. There's more AP on Victor. It's not just more damage, but it's more shielding on your front line. His main thing here, he just has no tier, and this just takes 100 years to cast.
Yeah, that's the main problem that is going to run into for the time being. Also, something of note, he's winning as well. And that is when you're trying to get good items, that is a detriment to you. You want to try to hit that tier. Tier's a priority for a lot of different compositions. A tier on a Draven, but a Shadow tier on a Lulu as well. Shadow Shojins, I mean, we deal, 15% less damage, but 14 mana is still really good. I don't think that he's going to be necessarily too upset if he manages to get a Shadow tier, but again, tier is definitely one of those higher sought after things. But, I mean, there's the potential if King doesn't want a tier here.
Oh, this could be great for Slumbers.
Yeah,
and you got to
wow.
remember, there's
Perfect.
2 parts. There's 2
Yeah.
parts to the Victor spell, right? So, yeah, sure, it is dampening that damage output a little bit, but probably not, because overall, with the amount of casts he gets off, he's definitely probably casting more, well, obviously casting more, but probably doing more damage over the long run because of the extra casts he's getting out. But it's not hurting the shields. They're just getting fully pumped up.
Yeah,
That's
so Shadow Shojin, like, it's really good on Victor. It's probably better than normal Shojin. You've also got to keep in mind that it's a Forgotten unit, so it does get 15% extra stats from Forgotten as well.
Yep,
That's
the
it.
double whammy there from the Spectral Spear of Shojin.
Yeah, so he's pretty much just going to eco up now. Probably get to, like, 4-1. At 4-1, he can decide if he wants to roll it down again or just continue slow rolling. It will really just kind of depend on his board state, because if you slow roll, your board doesn't spike for a while, so you might end up sacking a couple of rounds in stage 4, because you might be hitting the pieces you need, but your board itself doesn't change.
That's it. And we move over to Escher's board here, who is on the receiving end of Perfect Slumbers' Cavalier board right about now. Escher, who has got that Skirmisher board right about now, but not really in a great position. Half health already. Is probably going to be looking to try towards, say, more of a Dawnbringer comp, but these items just are in a little bit of a weird spot. Has that Jax that is still trying to pick up Dawnbringers, perhaps trying to look towards more of a Karma angle instead. A Hurricane, unfortunately, I mean, not exactly the best Karma item. I'm not going to be putting a Hurricane on my Karmas anytime soon, but definitely does go well onto either the Riven or the Nidalee. We've been seeing more people transition into putting items on Nidalee after her soft rework earlier in the set here, which has turned her into a great secondary carry instead. we've seen a lot of people that have tried to primarily force a Nidalee carry as the main carry have tend to not have a lot of success with it simply because it is a little bit volatile, right? It does tend to end up sometimes just eating an Ash arrow while it's jumping in and then getting targeted down and killed. And, I mean, we saw it in that fight there where it just kind of jumped on the back or the front line here and didn't really do a whole lot. So I think that it's a nice little item that you can have on there just as sort of a backup, which makes Dawnbringers fine to transition into, but typically not something that you're going to really want all the time.
Yeah, I think with the Nidalee rework, they still missed a little bit. She jumps to the lowest health target, rather than going to where you kind of want her to go. So she can often just jump to the front line and just get caught up in the CC and kind of get eaten alive. So not the best unit, but good supplemental carry. Can get you through the early game though, that's for sure.
But just to clarify there, right, it's the lowest health unit. It's not the lowest percentage health unit like I think some other units have done in the past, right? So of course, even if you've got a Gragas, half health in the front line, sometimes that's not even as much as a backline unit who might have a little less. Now, some nice pickups there. What do we see, lads?
Yeah, he's hitting, that's for sure.
Yeah.
He's kind of all in here at level 7 because he is so weak. If he can try to get something else... 6 Dawn, blue buff, decap Karma. He's actually got double decap. He's got the Dawnbringer spat. I know he's missing Garen to go 8 Dawn.
A little bit of a shame, but I mean, this Nunu is going to do its best impression for the time being of being a Dawnbringer spat carrier, and just choosing to slam down that second decap here. Most notably, Karma does typically end up wanting to try to get some form of spell crit in, does use that very well on all of the casts. If you manage to crit on one thing, you crit on all of the area of effect there, but for the most part here, I mean, Karma 1 does output a ton of damage still, especially with these items.
Yeah.
That's 170% extra damage right there stacked on that Karma, with a little bit of a downside of 20% less health.
Oh, I mean, and yeah, it's a level 1 Karma, right? So you can see there, just by their health bars available, sitting alongside the Kha'Zix one, you've got the same amount of health there. Does pick up the Shadow Spatula. What do you think is the best outcome here for Escher, able to chuck in an extra trait, considering, he's got 6 Dawnbringer, just managed to get a couple of extras in with that Ivern, of course, the 3 trait unit there helping him out a little bit, but how else is he going to augment this with that Shadow Spat?
Well, there's not a whole lot of good things he could get. Maybe like a Revenant Spat. The good thing is, though, he is really low HP, so at the moment he's first pick. I think he's going to probably win this round, though, because he is quite strong, which might make him second pick. So he kind of gets his choice. I can't really see much more he would take other than a Revenant Spat. Maybe like a Cav Spat if he gets a Rel, but I would honestly think he's just kind of looking for a Garen on the next carousel. Oh my gosh, that Karma damage.
Yeah, we see Karma coming into a play here with these big old damage numbers on the sideline there. I mean, Nunu as well, with the extra healing. Nunu's damage on his spell based off of whether he has more health on the other side or not. Nunu getting that early Dawnbringer proc means that more than likely he's going to get a double chomp off, and those chomps are going to be dealing true damage. But with a Volibear coming in, you mentioned it before, that he would probably end up focusing on a Revenant Spat. I think that, with the Ivern that the comp typically loves to run to try to get that Invoker in there as well, and the Renewer from the Soraka, that we're going to be finding another Revenant Spat. Revenant Spat works really well on Garen. Garen being able to get potentially a second cast or maybe even third cast off from that Revenant Spat with that extra damage as well is going to work wonders for him, Not only will the composition not start to just rely on having a Karma in play as well, but having a Garen that is able to not only tank but deal a ton of damage as well, that's going to be big.
Yeah, the Garen could be a big pickup here, but with these 2 wins, we should note that, I think he's going to win, or is this Draven? Oh, the final Karma shot there is going to do it for him. You can see it's pretty much a one lady ban there from Karma doing the damage for Escher's team. But yeah, this is pushing him up into second pick now. A big loss from Cheesy could even potentially put him in third
I
pick. But
Don't
let's
think
say
Cheesy could take enough damage to get.
no, and definitely doesn't. Oh, close, but even
It
still,
wouldn't
he's got
change his pick
second.
order anyway.
No, and look, there's no Garen available. So what do you think? They're looking to get probably just the cloak and pick up that Revenant spat.
Yeah, if it's not gone.
Oh, can't do it.
Can't do
It
it.
does get picked up though, unfortunately. So he's going to have to go for his second option here, and it looks like, is that going to be the Vel'Koz with the Shadow Belt? Yep, he's going to do that before Cheesy takes the option away from him.
Yeah, I
Problem
guess.
is-
Sorry, go ahead, Frosty.
Problem is that the Draven with a cloak on it is actually quite a high priority for a lot of composition, simply because a lot of Draven items love to use cloak. You got Hurricane, you got BT. These sorts of items are quite highly sought after, so no real surprise there that we're going to see. I think it was Itchy picking up the Draven there for the position. But as we move over to Keen here, who is rocking a carry Riven, not something that you typically see for the most part. But I think this is more of a supplemental unit here, simply because, I mean, there are no Jaxes on Keen's board. I think Keen rolled it down at level 7, didn't manage to hit, so is instead choosing to play something that's a little bit more different, but still, I mean, Riven works well as an item holder. We may even end up seeing the Riven 3. We see another few bunches of ribbons on the side of Keen's board. Running into Banty, who is a little bit lower on health here, also doesn't have the Jax, but instead has a lot more Nidalee items instead. But, I mean, Nidalee in these situations a little bit unreliable. Those dodges can come in clutch, especially with this Pantheon that just refuses to die the majority of the time. Big ult, but, I mean, this is just the power of having a Shadow Locket on some of these skirmisher boards with Redemption. Sometimes those units just end up getting a lot of takiness that you wouldn't expect from it, and end up closing out the fight.
But no Legionnaire buff there means you see Riven really struggling to get the damage out. She doesn't have any options there of ramping up her speed, and as a result, really struggling to help Keen. Luckily, he had such an amazing early game. He's only just started taking damage. You can see he's lost the last 3 combats in a row, and before that, I think he'd lost maybe 1 early on at the most. He was, he was over 90 health when stage 4 started here, so he's in a good spot. But I mean, I don't know, I'd be surprised. It'd be a big switch here to go over to the Dawnbringers now.
Yeah, I think we're most likely going to be seeing a Darius skirmisher board come out, with Darius being the carry. Darius did get buffed this patch. He's also got the Nikos on bench, so probably just looking to go 8 and roll it down. He was really kind of banking on that 4-2 roll down to spike a bit, but when you don't hit, sometimes it just goes like this. You don't hit, you just lose infinite life in this, which you can see he lost, like 30 life, which isn't too bad. But just trying to assemble a better board, because if he goes into stage 5 with this same board, he's going to start losing a lot of life every round.
Yeah, really interesting to note there is I believe Cheesy is rocking that Kale, a unit that we typically wouldn't end up seeing a lot. I know that for the most part, a lot of players have, instead of trying to transition into the Kale, been, sticking with a lot of these stronger units instead after the few nerfs that the unit has received over the past few months, simply because it's just been one of those feast or famine units a lot of the time. But for the majority of the... it's still a strong unit. If you can get a composition to build around it, it's still strong here. And I'm really interested to see exactly where is Keen going to go with this, choosing not to level, and is instead perhaps trying to put in more Dawnbringers.
Ooh. Okay, well, he does get 2 Mordekaisers there, so he's got the option, as we were talking about before, Legionnaire buff might help him out a little bit there. At least when he picks up extra Nidalees, that kind of goes both ways. Doesn't make him decide between the Skirmishers or the Dawnbringers. Now up to 6 Ribbons, so he's obviously thinking about it, right? He's not...
Yeah.
I'd
certainly
say
not holding it. He only needs 2 more, especially with the Nico's help on the board, so...
Yeah, I think he's trying to get into the Dawnbringers from here. He's... The thing with Keen, Keen plays a lot, so he knows how to play pretty much every comp in the game. So he knows how to, kind of pivot into what he can with what he's got. So... because he's not hitting any Jaxes, he's makes sense here to kind of get out of the skirmishes and get into this Karma 3. It might be his only win condition, really.
Just look
Still,
at perfect.
Or not Karma 3, sorry.
yeah.
Riven.
not good enough to get him over the line versus now top of the lobby, Perfect Slumbers there. I mean, he doesn't have the RFC on the Riven, and I've definitely seen, I feel like there's a little bit of debate around, what's best in slot for Riven. So, Frosty, what do you think about RFC versus not when you're considering that, she's rarely going to hit people with her spell if she's got the RFC, but then is potentially a little bit safer as well?
I think it's very lobby dependent. If you're seeing a lot of assassins, RFC can actually become a little bit of a detriment, especially against units like Viego that will target a lot more backline focused units. And especially in this composition here, as we see from Keen, a lot of the units will prioritize walking forwards, thus leaving the Riven potentially vulnerable. So in some ways, yes, but on the Catch-22, you see that units like Rel will just eat up a Riven, especially if it just walks in, because there's pretty much no way with these items. A Riven 2 is not going to be able to kill off a Rel in time to stop that spell. We see just the Riven ends up being CC'd for days, but still, the damage coming out from it is still really solid. Escher only on a Karma 1 still, with no money. And, I mean, this is a really rough spot, especially for Escher. A lot of players going down, but I think we're going to see Itchy is going to be going out in 8th place here, unfortunately. After a pretty solid day 1 showing, Itchy not having the greatest start.
Yeah, I mean, you say that, but there's actually a lot of players down the bottom here. I mean, we're up to 5-3 now. We just saw 2 go out. Banter and Itchy dropping in that last round, and we've got Timo's dad, Cheesy, and Escher all 13 health or under and on the brink of elimination here. A Thresh 3 on the cards now for Perfect Slumbers, who's already got 3 gold units on his board here. So looking for the 4th, as he's only just made it to level 7, but that's good enough to keep him pretty damn healthy at 68 right now.
Yeah, the double Shojin Victor is going to be casting. Was it 3? Oh, it's still 3 autos, so maybe that second Shojin doesn't make a difference. But yeah, he's really far away from his Hecarim 3, which is one of his big win conditions. Doesn't even have Nautilus 2 yet, so that's pretty harsh as well. But the backline is ranked up, so it might be... No, it's not enough. So this comp really relies on having unkillable frontline with your Victor, just pretty much supplying them with infinite shields to go with their Cavalier defenses. So and then the Hecarim's got the Shadow Ionic stacking up to get more healing back to kind of just go infinite and not die. But without having that Hecarim 3, it's kind of just going to fall over, and once your frontline's gone, that's really all this comp has.
That's it. And as we see here, Cheesy did manage to go out in 6th spot there, the Kale not working out, but Perfect Slumbers has got a really interesting choice, trying to scatter around the lobby, and I love this decision as well. Sees that there is still a lot of the lobby that will end up using a bit of crit there, so managing to pick up the Bramble Vest to just make that Hecarim potentially tankier. And as you mentioned, this is not a Hecarim 3. Hecarim 2 is significantly weaker than a Hecarim 3, simply because that health pool just isn't there. And that's one of the things that Hecarim really relies on. We see Hecarims that will dip down and then have this massive rise back up again in health, almost going to no health to full health to no health again. But with a Hecarim 2, that's just not going to happen most of the time. Running into Keen's Ghost, who is still relatively strong. No Riven 2 for the time being. I mean, I gotta say, even though this backline is upgraded here, it's still a little bit shaky for Slumbers. Choosing to level up to level 7 over going for that Hecarim 3 simply because it's just too far away. I can respect the decision, but, I mean, it's a bit questionable.
Yeah, he's just kind of needing power. Like, without having the Hecarim 3, it's hard to kind of go further. He's also missing the Rel, which can go straight over the Kled, which also gives the Ironclad. I don't know if you noticed though that Chunga has 6 Jaxes. So kind of in the dangerous Jax 3 territory there.
Yeah, that guy is nuts. I mean, it ramps his attack speed every 2 hits up from, I think it's like 40% to 100% or something like that. He just ramps up so fast that if he does have a Bloodthirster, he's almost unkillable. And, potentially looking at how you've itemized him, if you do have the Caustic Quicksilver on him there, can be, pretty much impossible to stop. But thinking about unit levels, we've still got a Karma 1, and it was fantastic back when we saw it in, stage 3 or something when I think Escher hit it. But now we're into stage 5, and I don't know if it's really enough anymore. And as we can see, going up against Slumbers is Escher. No, he definitely can't do it. Will he take too much damage? Yes, he will. That's Escher. Done and dusted here in game number 2. He'll go out in 5th, unfortunately. Won't be too happy with that one.
Yeah, the Karma one just not having enough damage. The Death Cat scale off your base damage, so not having Karma 2 there is a massive difference in ability power.
Absolutely.
Yeah, well, that Gwinsu's Rage Blade would have been nice for the Victor instead of that second Shojin. I think as we were talking about before, possibly still like not changing the amount of attacks it takes Victor at all, I think, to get onto that.
I would have to look at how much his spell
do
costs.
some maths. Do some maths right now.
We're not doing math.
No math on this stream, thank you.
If he had have dropped, what's the little magnetic hand called?
Magnetic remover.
Magnetic remover.
Yeah, good enough. One of those. I think you can drop like a dragon can drop one of them as one of the things. Yeah, okay. Oh, there we go. Riven 3. Nice. Finally, find some use for that Nikos. Yeah, it is an interesting. It's running 2 of them, I guess. So that's spreading out the armor shred a lot.
Yeah, the Darius might just show up still. So. He's at 0 gold, so got to kind of do something at that point, and just kind of pick one between them, right? So, I guess he just saw the Riven as stronger with the 5 Dawnbringers. It probably is.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the big power spike that he's been looking for, really. And with these items as well, you're really going to be able to capitalize with the big health pool. And that's one of the things is that Dawnbringers do really scale well with 3 stars, simply because, 3 stars, they have a lot of health. And I'm really surprised to see Teemo's dad go down here. I really wanted to talk about 4 Rangers really quickly, being one of the premier late game compositions simply because of how strong it is, hacking that Aphelios, but it's just not enough to contest Slumbers, who is still at a towering 59 health, while everyone else is, down at 12, 11 health here. Keen's got a tough decision, trying to pick between a Dragon Slayer and a Nightbringer emblem. Kind of love the Nightbringer here just to buff up those Dariuses. Okay, I'm gonna ask you fellas here. That's the correct plural of Dariuses? Yeah. Is it Dariuses, Dariuses? I don't know.
I think it's just Darius.
Oh, Darius. Is it like Octopi?
Oh, he's 1 Jax off. He's 1 Jax off Jax 3.
Dariodes, yeah, it's like, yep, I've looked at the Merriam-Webster video for that, by the way, Frosty, and there are 3 correct plurals for an octopus.
What are the odds of that, huh? Crazy stuff. But as we move into the potentially the final fight here, Keen with that 3-star Riven absolutely chunking up the line, but really important role on the Thieves' Gloves here for Perfect Slumbers, manages to pick up a Bramble Vest, and this Riven is doing a lot of damage into the backline, but Sejuani's got a 4-second stun, and especially when the Riven is just targeting it down and there's consistent shields, it's going to be a question of whether it can get through it enough, but no, it looks like just the consistent damage coming through here is going to be enough, and Chunga manages to die as well to the Ghost, so that's going to be it. It looks like Perfect Slumbers is going to take out game number 2 with that Cavalier composition.
Yeah, that's just nuts. I mean, I didn't quite catch the screen at the end there. Was he still at level 7 when he won that game?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That composition does rely on just hitting a lot of those 3-star units, and you can see why. The power of the composition really relies on having these really tanky Cavaliers. The Cavalier bonus, at 25% with 3 of them there, is going to be ending up reducing a lot of the damage. And, we saw Keen there in a potential position to try to pick it off, using the Hurricane. Hurricane being one of the more critical items to try to counteract just being stuck on this really tanky Sejuani, but unfortunately not working out for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a flat damage bonus, she gets. So the Shadow Runins there was doing work, but not quite enough, even though it wasn't perfect items on the Victor. Still manages to pull through there with a win at level 7 nonetheless. All right, guys, that's 2 games down for tonight. We've got 1 more until we have our first cut of tonight, and we will lose 8 players. Later on, we'll see game 4 and 5 and lose another 8 to then move next weekend into the top 32 players. We'll just go to a short break now, but Join us very soon for Game 3 in the Midset Invitational. Welcome back to Oceania. We're right into the team fight tactics reckoning mid-set invitational here. It's day 2, and we're about to jump into game 3 with some familiar faces. We've got Raza and Co here that will be playing for your viewing pleasure here on day number 3. As you can see up the top there, he's a challenger player. You might know him as the guy who represented OCE. Last set, he was the one who, got to play for us, got to play for the pride of Oceania, and he did pretty damn well, didn't he?
Yeah, I was very impressed to see exactly how he did manage to make it into the final day. Not able to clutch out a top 4 quite, but I mean, still a very impressive showing. Perhaps the best that OCE has really ever shown on the world stage thus far. So, got to give him a lot of credit where credit is due, but managing to find his way back here into the mid-set Reckoning Invitational here. And this is an important lobby as well, I'd like to add. A lot of the players in this lobby will find themselves down in the lower bracket. Specifically, players like TXE and AltVG are in those bottom 8. So you're really going to be wanting to try to find a potential second, maybe even first, to try to clutch out the rest of the games for today. Otherwise, you're going to find yourself out. And that's it. There is no other opportunity to redeem yourself. When you're out, you're done for.
Yeah, this is this. So there's basically 2 elimination lobbies. So it's lobby 5 and 6. Technically, lobby 4 could as well. But yeah, pretty much everyone in this lobby is playing to stay in the tournament at this point.
Yeah, and it's a scary moment to find yourself playing for as well. You may in fact find yourself going for things that you're not usually used to. We talk about comfort a lot when it comes to these players entering these tournaments. A lot of players do just have comfort compositions that they've practiced time and time again. Raza, most notably, known for just being a Katarina sim. And, I say that with as much love as I possibly can. Because, I mean, first of all, I don't want to get banned, and second of all, I mean, it's true. But for the most part, he does tend to focus on assassins for a lot of the moments, so any opportunities that he may get to try to pivot into it and nocturne-based composition, we're going to find that, yeah, he's going to just take it, simply because most of the time these players will play better when they're in these comfort spots. But if something's not working when it comes to these elimination games, you might find yourself under pressure to try something that you're not necessarily used to. And I mean, it can either work out wonders or it can work as a disaster. So it's really interesting to see just how these players are going to end up playing.
Okay, so 2 trundles taken there. I don't know if it's TXE or Taxi. Either way,
TXE.
had that early option for the Shadow Runins there. So, maybe he's thinking about those trundles. And those items ending up with a jack somewhere towards the end of game 3 here.
Now, I know I'm talking a lot, but this is really, okay, looking at Russ's
what you here
board
for,
here,
Frosty?
You want to talk about something a little bit spicy. Kled got some buffs. And I was hearing rumblings of a Kled special, perhaps a bit of reroll Hellions, maybe a Kled 3-star. And I just want to say that, I mean, Raza is prioritizing gold here, which is something you want to do with a reroll comp. So, Raza does have a Hurricane on this Kled. It's not out of the realm of possibility that, I mean, especially with another Hellion pickup here, I'm telling you, there's a real good possibility we might be seeing some reroll Kled.
I wouldn't be surprised,
That's 5 Hellions.
honestly. So I actually last week I played about 10 games straight of reroll Hellion, kind of limit testing it, and almost every game it was a first or it was an 8. It is a very hit or miss comp. You really kind of want Ziggs items in the early game, not the Kled items. Kled's still decent, but often he can just get stuck on things like a Gragas or like a Leona, like this round, for example. He's probably just going to be stuck on this Leona the entire round. He might kill the Nautilus, and that's kind of it. It's not bad, but you really need to high roll, and you really need to hit Ziggs 2-star, and you need to hit Ziggs items in the early game to actually break tanks.
Oh, and these tanks are breaking him right now, taking a bunch of damage there. But, that's fine. It's only round 2, gives him some extra carousel priority. If you are thinking about this reroll composition, Frosty, what's he going for now?
Well, you've got a lot of good options here. Most notably, there's a tier on bench. Wouldn't be surprised to see a tier blue buff, but just simply for the Ziggs and being able to stabilize. Another option was potentially, say, a Bloodthirster, but wouldn't be surprised. Warmogs also works wonders as well, simply because of the health scaling on Kled and the extra shield that he manages to get from his health. So there's also that. It'll be really interesting to see where he goes from here. Has still got the Draconic units on bench, instead choosing to potentially just put in that 5 Hellion. So, I mean, again, probably not going to be a reroll Hellion game. It is fairly hit or miss for the most part, but, I mean, I definitely do like just picking up the belt here and potentially going into some more defensive itemization.
Yeah, maybe skirmishes, considering he's holding the Udyrs there.
Definitely got the potential for it. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised at all to see it coming out.
Yeah, the Hellions is probably just going to be like a mid-game transition board. Hellions can kind of be like, it's really awkward to pivot out of. So you kind of need to get out of it as soon as you can, but at the same time, often you can't make a board that's better than it. But Skirmishes really kind of cleans up Hellions here, especially with things like Jack's healing. The Hellions really rely on just slowly kind of getting everything down. And if they've got healing, most of the times you just can't break it. Like you can see here, just not able to kill that Udyr because it's just healing every third auto attack.
Yep, Hand of Vengeance too strong. Okay, gets the options for Udyr too. But looking further up the leaderboard there, you got Jim Jam. Hopefully the only one who has the chance to go into Krugs with that 5 win streak. Some Assassins potentially getting played elsewhere as we see LeBlanc getting picked up, and here's a Coven starter for TXE.
Yeah, this is a really interesting start here by TXE, who has got the Shojin onto this virus here, and this is a really interesting position because this might not look like it, but I think this may be a bulldozer comp simply because you've got the Trundle here, you have got the Varus, and the Varus does have a Shadow Bow on it, which most critically will build towards Final Whisper. And Final Whisper being on this Varus here is pretty big for the composition, really. I mean, it just enables the Pantheon to go wild. You know, the items that are required are very specific on the other hand, whereas you do kind of need the spell crit, you do kind of need the Final Whisper to try to make the most out of it, but when you hit, it's fairly devastating.
Yeah, now I know the other casters we had last night were actually talking about Bulldozer a little bit because it did come up last night. I think it might have even picked up a second place. And, you know, they were sort of talking about what goes into that. As you said, it seems to be very item dependent, but the positioning also seems to be hugely important. So for anyone who isn't familiar with the Bulldozer comp or how it works, Tycoon, why don't you take us through the positioning of it and how those sort of spell abilities interact to make it a powerful comp when it's working?
Yeah, so basically it relies on having your what's he called, Varus, with a Shojin, with a Shadow Last Whisper, and with a Jeweled Gauntlet. And essentially the his attack will then, as it comes down, it'll essentially shred everyone's armor and magic resist, but most importantly, it goes on a Pantheon. And then when Pantheon casts, each tick of his ability actually applies Varus's extra damage that he does, which is the on-hit portion. And essentially, because everyone has their armor and magic resist shredded, Pantheon also doing attack damage from his ult, pretty much like what a bulldozer does. It just rolls over everything. It is a very hard comp to make work, and you can see he has opted to slam the Shadow Rageblade instead. Not Rageblade, sorry, RFC. So not really sure what he's going to be playing from here. Like, he could have made a Rageblade potentially. I don't know, it's interesting that he'd slam an RFC, a Shadow RFC.
Yeah, does you think it's maybe a Draven Frosty, considering all of the other forgotten units he's already got on the board?
I mean, there's definitely the potential here. Things at TXE's board is looking a little bit strange for the most part, simply because it's really hard to, try to make any headways on, what the potential direction is. But okay. I think looking at these items here, I want to say that it's going to be more AP based than anything else. I think the focus, and I say I think, that this may, I mean, I wanted to say it's redeemed because like Shojins and
Yeah.
Archangels are going to be really good, but I think that we're going to see TXE try to go for a fast 8 from here. Well, not just a fast 8th, but a fast 8 here, and try to go into a Heimerdinger, because Shojin and Archangels are really strong Heimerdinger items, and I'm not really seeing any other direction. You know, we've got the Pantheon here, we've got the Trundle, so I mean there was the potential for trying to go for that Bulldozer comp, but I mean these items on the Varus, they don't really work towards what you want to be seeing in that composition.
Yeah, some very interesting item picks, but yeah, it just seems like that's a hell of a pivot there, Tycoon.
Yeah, so with TXE, he does play a lot of Heimerdinger. I actually learned how to play Heimerdinger from watching his streams. So I'm really surprised he didn't slam the Rage Blade over the RFC deck, because he's literally got almost BIS Heimerdinger items here. So I don't know if he just made a mistake by slamming that RFC, or if he just didn't see where it was going. But yeah, he's definitely got half a Bulldozer, but he's going to sell it now, put everything onto the Zyra. Yeah. So it looks like he is trying to play Heimerdinger. I think he just kind of made a mistake by slamming the Shadow RFC.
Oh, okay.
Do you think
We'll
there's
see
the
if that comes
potential-
back to bite.
Do you think there's the potential that, if I may just excuse me here, that he didn't choose to put on a Shadow Ginsu's because of the damage that it deals to the Heimerdinger, or do you think that's negligible enough that you can just get around it by just, you know,
so
just having an overall stronger board?
Yeah, so Heimerdinger gets 2 Renewer coming from the Ivern, so it pretty much negates the damage that's caused by the Shadow Rage Blade.
Fair enough.
But like, because you can also run the same items on Victor as well, and kind of same thing. Like Victor will eventually shield himself, and again, it just stops the damage from it. Like Shadow Rage Blade on most champions is almost a strictly better version than normal Rage Blade, because like the amount of damage it does is so small compared to like how little you need to negate it. Like a single redemption tick as well can completely negate it.
Absolutely. Moving into Carousel here, though, TXE being last pick, having a belt and a rod here, I'm pretty sure, if my memory serves me correctly, that Warmogs is in fact a pretty good item.
Yeah.
And we are going to see him pick up a Warmogs here, getting that extra 1,000 health, being able to provide potential of a Heimerdinger comp that extra time, because you remember, Heimerdinger's mana pool is massive. We're talking like 140 mana here, and that takes a while to get going, so just being able to provide enough frontline to be able to keep going with these casts means that it's going to be the difference between these fights being won or lost.
Yeah, absolutely. So with TXE as well, he also taught me how to play Casino. So he could go for like a level 7 here if he wanted to as well. I wouldn't have been surprised. I know on ladder he probably would. Maybe in tournament play, because he is in second place, playing a bit safer, manages to dodge the Vel'Koz here, which is huge. It's going to go on the Warwick instead. Might go on the Heck Room if Warwick jumps away. Oh, it actually stuns the
double.
Well, it didn't stop the
explode
spell there. There it is. Yes.
It does get it in
Zyra
time
coming through
there.
as well.
So
this is one of the reasons why Redeemed is just falling off, because the comps that counter it, like Zyra and stuff, are just really popular at the moment. It's really hard to like counter position the Zyra with a Vel'Koz, because it's going to either your Lux or to your Vel'Koz, and if you pick the wrong side, like the Zyra player doesn't really care what side they're on as long as they're not getting focused by the Vel'Koz. But even if they are getting focused by the Vel'Koz, that means the Zyra is going to be hitting the Vel'Koz.
yeah, and you don't really ever see Quicksilver built on Vel'Koz, do you? Do you think that's
No.
Could that possibly be a tech to try and deal with the change in meta that you just
Quicksilver is pretty much like a dead item in the current game. It's not really used by anyone. Jax can kind of get away with it. It's just that Vel'Koz requires really specific items again. Like it's usually a mana item, a damage item, and a healing item is what he needs to kind of get going. And without those 3, he just kind of falls over, and like he doesn't do enough damage to clear a team. Just ends up feeding them a lot of mana.
That's it. But as we look at the fight that's going on right now, we see Yuna's at 10 gold with a Shadow Frozen Heart on a Diana 2.
Yeah.
And hitting a Diana 2 at level 6, 5% for hitting just a single Diana there. So you need to get fairly fortunate to be hitting those sorts of odds there. But, I mean, hey, it ends up working in his favor there for the time being. But TXE moving into Wolves right about now means that he's still at a relatively high life total, but you know who's not on a high life total? Raza. Raza finds himself in last position here with that skirmish aboard, almost torn between two worlds right about now. Has that blue buff Lulu too, and I mean, not really a whole bunch else. Probably just going to be trying to rolling it down, just trying to go for pretty much anything.
Yeah, this looks like it's going to go straight into skirmishes because he's got the blue buff, the BT, and I think it was Last Whisper, or even Hurricane straight onto Jax, or you can even not put the blue buff on Jax. Both are fine. I wouldn't be surprised if we just see Raza all in next round to try and hit a 6 skirmisher board and stabilize off that.
Yeah, I think with the increase in attack speed, you know, Jax, honestly, the blue buff, I don't feel like it gives you a lot of value. I think it often gets so much more putting that on your Viego if you can get there, because you know, he will net you quite a few more enemy units if you can get that on, considering he's also got a 40 mana spell. But yeah, it looks like, you know, he tried to transition from that early Hellion game, and he's really struggled with that a bit. Even though it seems like he's got decent items, it just hasn't gone his way.
Yeah, like I said earlier, it's really hard to get away from Hellions. Like, if you kind of get that 5 Hellion board, it's really awkward to try and move into anything else because none of your original units stay in the comp. He hits a Shadow Lookout though, which is really big with skirmishes.
That's it. One of the catch-22s with Hellions there is that it is one of the best early game traits if you hit your 2 stars. If you don't hit those 2 stars, on the other hand, your Hellions will essentially end up doing nothing. They'll just become little paperweights that'll just float across the board, not doing really anything. More annoyances than anything else, you know, much to the flavor of the composition there. But as we see, picking up a Draven here, I mean, I wouldn't say that potential of trying to go into Forgotten from this position here is off the cards. I mean, simply because there is that Thresh 2, has got a Rise on the bench here as well. And yeah, I think we're going to see a transition into Forgotten here, simply because it just, I mean, he's got really no choice. No Jaxes, no nothing. You gotta make do with what you get sometimes in TFT.
Yeah, that roll down was a bit of a BG. He didn't really hit a whole lot, but this Draven might be enough to stabilize him. All he needs to do is just chuck a couple of Forgottens on the board. If he can get that 6 Forgotten buff, it'll be a big spike. I don't know if he wins this. The Archangels are stacking up. No, the Karma's still alive. I don't think he's going to win.
The Karma getting that final auto attack off there on the Draven, a little bit unfortunate for him, but I mean, you know, sometimes the fights end up going that way, but a half-decent shot here from Raza can definitely turn things around.
He had 6 Forgotten in store, but he didn't opt to take it.
Ooh, this is the Jax here, but is it too late to take that? No, he's going to do it, actually, because he also gets the Pantheon too there, so you can see he's trying to work out how do I make it here into 6 Forgotten. Oh, there you go. Lee Sin, Nidalee in the board there. So he thinks about going away from it for a second, but he's back on the horse now with 6 skirmishes and at least a level 1 Jax.
Where's he going to put this blue buff? It's Cannon? Yeah. Makes the most sense because Cannon's going to be replaced with Viego at some point.
That's it. Cannon not being one of those units that you really want to stick around, but I mean, this is the problem with the skirmishers comp right here, is that even though, I mean, 6 skirmishers relatively strong, I mean, most of the time, you're still playing 1-star units in this spot. It's gonna end up not being strong enough to melt through some of these stronger boards like the Draven Forgotten board, simply because there's just so much power in Draven against melee units. You got so much frontline that just buys you enough time to chuck those really damaging axes. You know, it's essentially the Draven deals twice as much damage with 6 Forgotten, and so it's just, as you said before, it's just a BG.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do to stabilize from here? I feel like if he potentially picks up the Rel 2, that could actually go a long way. Those extra shields can sometimes just sort of fill the gaps in between, you know, where Jax is, you maybe getting CC'd and he's trying to heal up, or obviously he's got that initial shield, he's got the Bloodthirster shield when that comes out. So sometimes that can be enough to just sort of fill those gaps where if you're not choosing to put the Quicksilver on Jax, where he otherwise might go down.
Yeah,
He
it
has
looks like
picked up a Shadow
Raza
Spat.
is going to prioritize a Cavalier Spat. Works really well with the Rel in this composition, being able to enable your potential, I believe it's like a Pantheon works well with it, Even Raza right now is still trying to figure out what exactly he wants to do. You can see him mousing over some of those more sought after units like the Draven in there as well, but Raza, again, choosing not to slam items is reading it out. No, puts in the Cavalier Spat at the last moment there. I gotta say, you gotta be slamming these items right about now, especially when you're so low on health here. Raza, as soon as I say it, gets it out there for the time being, but runs into this fairly tanky Redeemed Born. Last Whisper doing a lot of work here. This is just the power of Redeemed, is that, sometimes you just end up getting stuck, and the Syndra just chucking units back consistently can be so annoying, but Raza manages to live it for another day.
I gotta say, that was the blue buff on the little spiky hair guy there, Kennen. That actually came in clutch, right? Like, it looked like those AP units were about to blow Jax up potentially there at the end, but just gets enough CC with the second cast of the cannon that you don't actually see all that often, and allows him to get into 4-6 with at least 2 lives left. So Raza really hoping that over Raptors he can stabilize a bit. You saw him, he actually had the option to pick up a Mordekaiser there, didn't. And I wonder if that was where some of the hesitation from actually slamming that Cavalier Spat was, that he was thinking, hey, maybe I can pick up the Rod and be able to put in an extra Dragon Slayer Spat come into the 5th stage.
Yeah, the problem with that, though, is that, again, he's just so low in health, and that it's just, I think it's just too much of an ask. But Jim Jam, on the other hand, is playing the exact same composition here. However, something really noticeable here is that Jim Jam's pockets are looking a little bit full. Jim Jam's got 50 gold, and a second Rel on bench, and a second Jax. Whereas Raza is no money, no upgraded unit, and, the Trundle 2 is definitely going to help out a lot here, but you really want to hit your 2-star 4 costs, especially with Jax. Jax 1 still does a lot of damage, but unfortunately tends to end up being a little bit squishy, even with that Skirmisher shield.
Yeah, Raza's in a really scary spot here. If he goes 8th, it is highly likely he's actually out of the running to get into regionals here as well. So he really needs to hit this 2-star Jax, and he's not playing to win from this point. He's playing to out-survive everyone else that is low HP in the lobby, because there is so many people in this lobby that are just so much further ahead of him at this point. He's really just looking to kind of not die, because I don't think from this point it's never higher than like a 6th place, which he's currently at 7 points. And who's the lowest person in this lobby? Probably, the lowest people in this lobby are at 6 points. So yeah, he's really low in points. Really kind of needs to get higher than an 8th here.
I think that goes without saying.
Most people in most lobbies are looking to not have an 8th, correct?
This is a really critical fight, though. Yuna also being one of the bottom.
Jax goes down.
But the power of those Nocturne just comes into play here, and you see the Nocturne just starting to spin. The Ginsu's doing a lot of damage, but the problem is, if the Nocturne gets surrounded here, the tanky units can eventually just end up taking it down. Big win for Raza.
Yeah, so Yuna and Zuzu Bird going slightly down lower. Like I said, he's just trying to out-survive those two, really. Oh my gosh.
It's a double Jax shot. This is a huge turnaround for Raza. You got to remember, he's got no gold. He's donkey rolling here. The chances of him being able to
he's putting the ball on,
do that. Interesting. I would have, okay. Right. Actually opts to go for the last miss. So is that for the extra procs that you get from all of the jabs that Pantheon's doing with his ult?
So Pantheon's going to proc the Last Whisper anyway, because his ult can crit. The main thing is that things like attack speed slows and everything, especially stuns as well, getting thrown away by things like the Syndra here, which he might get thrown. No, he doesn't. Oh, yes, he does. He's going to jump straight back into the fight and start healing again.
If he's alive.
It just really boosts his attack speed. Like, it's really a turbo item for Jax. It makes him scale a lot faster. And anything that slows his attack speed just becomes obsolete because he's going to be hitting anyway through the spell.
Oh, and the last jump comes out, and Jax 2 definitely being the difference there. Jax 1 wouldn't have made that, so Raza honestly quite lucky there to hit that. We can see that Udi is going down now. He's back with Kennen.
That was honestly... it was so close. He was probably going straight 8 if he didn't hit that. Because he's got a lot of bad matchups here as well. Like, this comp's not very good into things like Draven. Because the Draven will just melt your skirmishers one at a time, and there's 2 people playing Draven in this lobby, and if the Draven starts hitting your Jax first, that's it. It's just done. Because he will just 2-shot your Jax, whereas your Jax is a lot harder to get onto the Draven, because he's got to get through every unit in front of it first.
Yeah, and then now you're sort of playing that, lottery with how many assassin players there are in the lobby and putting Jax on that second row, because obviously it means he's not getting focused down earlier if he's not in the front row, but then if you've got assassin players, they can get onto him quickly. A Viego can pick him up really early. We definitely saw, deciding games yesterday, so...
There's only one Sin player, and I believe he versed the Sin player on 5-1, so I don't think he's quite in the pool to verse them yet. But... yeah, you can see the power of the blue buff in that last round. Teemo ulted Jax on the very first spell cast. Because he had the blue buff, he just powered through it, didn't even touch him.
That's it. Also really notable here is that Zuzu is down. Zuzu at 8 points, going up to 9 with this loss here. Perhaps on the cusp of, finding himself on elimination here. Raza manages to not pick up the death cap here, instead going to pick up the Hand of Justice. Where do you think we're going to be seeing this Hand of Justice go?
That's a very good question. Maybe on the Lee Sin or potentially the Trundle. I think it's Lee Sin, so he casts faster. Because it's like the damage and the healing from it's kind of negligible, really. I didn't really see what else there was on the carousel to take, but yeah, it's not the best pickup because like you've already got your carry items. Like at this point, you just need tank items, which Hodge on a Lee Sin basically is a tank item because he's going to cast a little bit faster and get that attack speed slow a little bit faster.
Yeah, and it helps mitigate the Shadow Locket there as well, because you've got to remember that means he's doing, getting less mana per attack, and as you can see there, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. Maybe he wouldn't have got a cast off if he didn't have the Hodge there. Hard to say, but at the moment, it's still really all up to the Jax, and feels like it could just be who gets onto who first. Oh, the Thresh hook onto the Jax. Sorry, not the Thresh, the Rise stun, but still, he's still got enough. And I think earlier I mentioned the Bloodthirster shield, but of course he doesn't have that because he's gone for Risk Thirster this time, but still manages to get through there. I thought the Draven surely had that.
Yeah, he is holding on for dear life. From Donkey rolling off a 4 loss streak in stage 4 to a 6 win streak in stage 5. Like this is going really well for him. I don't think if he hit that double Jack store, this game would be very different if he didn't hit that.
I don't know what you're talking about, Tycoon. This is just the power of someone who's made it to the final lobby of a world's stage in TFT.
This is just player diff.
Exactly. Exactly. This is just the power of Raza, the champion of our region.
We don't play these players to not hit. We play them to hit here. And that's the thing, is that sometimes you just got to hit when it all comes down to it. And this is another one of those matchups here that's a little bit questionable. Jack's scaling up fast, but that's a big daisy slam here. And we see, the problem is that even still, the Skirmisher's comp is just not that tanky, really relying on that big health bonus. This is going to go down to 1 life, Has got that Iron Chad teched in for the time being, even picking up a Nautilus on the sidelines here, which ended up really helping out against some of those Draven matchups like we saw a round or 2 earlier against Old VG. But, I mean, against a primarily magic-based composition, you got to find that that's just not going to be enough. And
he is getting the extra, in the knock-up from that, and you got to remember, he's still at level 7.
Yeah.
And he should have enough gold to get to level 8 after this dragon.
Yeah, he's just going to 8 to put in Ironclad. Ironclad gets a lot of value in skirmishes because they have the shield, like the extra survivability, like each auto attack they get off every second they're alive, they are scaling more attack damage, so it does make a big difference. I don't know what he's doing with this Zeke's though.
Well, I mean, at this point, it does feel like he's capped out, right? He's got no gold, so it seems extremely unlikely that he'll be able to 3-star any units. So actually, no, I guess, no, he's got Viego. He can still get Viego in there potentially and take out either the cannon or the Nidalee there. Which one would be your choice?
To put in Viego can go over anything. Either the cannon or the Nidalee.
The Nidalee, yeah.
Oh,
this is the problem here, is that sometimes your front line just melts, and especially when a lot of these compositions tend to focus on bursting just one side of the board, like the Vel'Koz here. You see that even still, Raza is going to be taking a healthy loss here, finding himself going into 6th there, which might barely be enough for Raza to end up living. But as we move over to TXC, who does find themselves in the bottom 8th right now, in 44th position, TXC really needs to be winning these rounds. Has that Heimer one, like we mentioned before, did end up going into Heimerdinger here. Has a fairly interesting board as well. Has got a Tarek with Dawnbringer, which is going to help it cast a lot more. But 3 Mystic, 3 Dawnbringer, 2 Renewer, 2 Revoke, 2 Knight. Just a smattering of essentially everything. But has got that Garen. Garen being a really big piece to a lot of these compositions. Not only being an essential front line, but also really being a critical magic shred as well on the ultimate.
Yeah, I'm loving this board though from Dawnglade. The redeemed Spellweaver Garen is personally, I think, where it is at.
Well, I mean, you know, some of these things, they're fairly high priority, but, I mean, you want to talk about other really good boards here. I believe this is AltVG's Ghost that TXE is facing right now. Has that Shadow Blue buff rise, and, I mean, you see the power of Shadow Blue buff rise here. Every second cast that's going to start up the team, but, I mean, hey, look at that. I mean, we want to talk about power. I mean, there's the powerful combination of Lulu and Heimerdinger coming into play there, annihilating the Ghost, and Knight's going to go out in 5th there. And I think Knight being at 8 points, that's barely going to be enough to just keep them in the running, keeping them going for 2 more games. But, I mean, hey, even after... I mean, you got to realize that even after these few games, you still got to play 2 more. And your previous few scores throughout the day do affect your latest standings as well. So, I mean, it's still a really close running between all of these players to see who's going to make it out.
Man, I love this positioning on the baby dragon there from TXE. Now, you said you were learning a little bit of this comp off him, Tycoon. So talk us through that. He seems to be scouting furiously. That last round we saw, it was pretty much hitting everything it needed to hit when the Heimerdinger ulted.
Yeah, so it comes pretty straightforward. It's basically everything revolves around your Heimerdinger casting 2 times. Unfortunately, his Heimerdinger's getting Diego'd here, so he's not going to be winning this round. Oh, actually might be close. No. So I think he's just dead here, right? 7 HP, 2 unit loss. Yeah.
This is a good loss. This is going to end him up in 3rd position here. Dawnglade against Jim Jam in the final 2. Fortunately, the skirmisher board from Jim Jam, having that extra gold over Raza, really does end up making a bit of a difference here. And Dawnblade's got the ability to pick up a Shroud here, which isn't too bad into Jim Jam, but yeah, I really like the extra resistances that we're going to end up seeing here. As we're seeing a really nice scoreboard come into play for the time being, but we're going to instead jump over into another lobby here. We're going to be spectating Perfect Slumbers, who does have the composition that I wanted to mention last time, which is 4 Rangers, and has a 4 Mystic to go alongside of it as well.
Yeah, so just in case anyone in chat is, you know, wondering why I've jumped to lobbies there, of course, we still don't have the spectate function in TFT. So luckily some of these players are streaming to allow us to watch their POVs. We will, of course, update you with whoever manages to win that lobby. And thanks you to TXE. He's gone away from the spreadsheet just to be nice enough to allow us to watch this final match play out here between Dawnglade and Jim Jam.
Dawnglade did hit the 3-star Lux as well, which is pretty big.
Oh, yes. And she's got the Shadow Shojin as well. Shadow Shojin also on the Vel'Koz, which means there's just cast after AP damage coming the way of Jim Jam there. And it's not quite enough. It's 2 apiece now. We're going to have one final showdown between these two.
So this is pretty much Dawnblade's win right here. All he has to do against this comp is basically just clump everything in the corner, which you can see he's already done. There's no way for the skirmishers to really break this front line and get to the back line. Diana can't get a good angle to get an ult off. You can kind of get it on the side in the right spot, but then you've got to remember there's a Syndra there that's just going to throw it away. So yeah, it's really hard for Jim Jam to break this redeemed board here. It's just a bad matchup for the skirmishers, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's
the
it.
turtle for Dawnglade there coming out, and as you can see, that just means the Diana. I think that was actually pulling the Vel'Koz out. All of a sudden now, it does look like Jim Jam is in with a chance. Skirmishers, the Jack's getting faster and faster, and they're actually going to take them out. So Jim Jam manages to take down Dawnglade, who had that insanely buffed Garen, as well as just shadow items plenty on the back line to just be throwing damage every which way.
Yeah, that
skirmishes
was massive. I'm pretty sure the Syndra threw the Viego instead of the Diana, so that Diana just clipped all of his carries just on the edge of the ult and just yeets them all off, and the skirmishers just absolutely go to town on them. That was just amazing positioning, really. I didn't think about the Viego taking the Syndra ult.
Well, often if you see that, that interaction, sometimes, the Syndra will throw the Viego away. It just kind of depends on how many tiers probably each of them have. Either way, there you go. That's going to be game 3 for us, guys. We'll have a slightly longer break here as we work out, as the main man Tycoon over there, of course, gets his axe out and chops a couple of people's knees off there. We'll lose 8 players going into the next phase of today. We've still got those game 4 and 5 coming up, and then we will, of course, have another round of executions. But for now, guys, we'll be back very soon. Please stay around. Game 4 coming at you soon.
Hey guys, Ducky here from the Order TFT Midset Invitational, joined by, well, what an esteemed player we've got here in Razza, our representative for Set 4 Worlds. How you going, mate?
Pretty good. How are you?
Yeah, not too shabby, mate. Obviously, you come into this tournament as one of the hot favorites, having been overseas, but I do want to look back at that overseas experience a little bit. What was it like making it to Worlds and playing at Worlds and doing so well?
I was absolutely insane. It was so surreal. Like, I remember I made it, and then I just woke up the next day. I was like, wait, was that a dream? I was like, yeah, so surreal that I made it. Really nervous going in, but I put in a lot of work, and I guess it kind of showed. So yeah, pretty happy with how I went overall.
Yeah.
A lot of pressure, but didn't let it get to me, I guess.
Oh, you definitely didn't. If you got to day 3, that's pressure after pressure after pressure. You certainly did the region.
No,
well.
I think after I made it, because no one expects anything, right, from OCE, and I definitely don't think I was the best person to send either. Because I have a really high opinion of some other players on our server. So I think because the expectations were so low, it's after I made day 2, I was like, oh, fucking chilling, bro. Didn't bust out on day 1. So yeah.
After that, it was just anything here is good. Anything
yeah,
is fine.
a lot less pressure. After not busting out on day 1.
Yeah. Well, I've been asking this to everyone. What is the inspiration behind the name Razza?
Oh, it's just, I don't know. It's it's an Aussie thing. It's your mate's called Barry. She's like, yeah, mate, Bazza, mate. Your mate Shannon. It's like, Shazza, mate. So it's my actual real name starts with R, so it's Razza. Just kind of an Aussie thing.
And it just stuck. It's stuck ever since.
Yeah, just stuck. Yeah, I've had it for I don't know, 10 years now, probably.
Long way back. How did you get into TFT as a whole? If you've had the name for so long, TFT's only been around for 2 years.
Yeah, I think I've always been into decision-based strategic games. So I like things like Hearthstone, poker, Magic the Gathering, stuff like that. So I think at the time it was kind of Dota Auto Chess. It was a mod for Dota. That was popping off. It was everywhere. Everyone was playing it. It's the top broadcasted top viewer category on Twitch. So when I wasn't really into Dota. I was more of a League player. So when I found that the League was doing one, I was oh yeah, I'll give it a go. And then yeah, I loved it. So I just kept playing it pretty much.
And here we are today. Well,
Yeah.
You've said you've been there since the start. You'd obviously have a lot of experience. So what is your favorite set that Riot has done so far for TFT?
I feel like people generally like associate like how good a set with how like good they performed in a set. So probably like 4.5, I think. And this is gonna be a really like really like an answer that's gonna give like a really divided opinion amongst like people, because I think most people thought like 4.5 was the worst set, but I feel like I was just so good at 4.5 that like it ended up being my favorite set relative to like the other sets.
You'd be impressed that there has been other players who have answered 4.5. No one's answered 2 yet, so no one said 2.
Yeah, no, definitely not. 2's on the bottom of my list, but 5's not far behind, honestly.
Oh, really? You're not a fan of the shadow items?
Yeah, not the shadow items. It's like the set's boring, you know. Like everything's so boring. Everything's green. Like I just don't like the theme. I know some people will love this like good versus evil theme, but I'm not that into it.
Yeah, much more of a chosen guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, let's narrow this down to units then. What is your favorite TFT unit that's been in the game?
Azir.
Yeah.
It was just like Azir was just like so cool. Like okay, wait, set 4 Azir, not like the Azir from set 2.
Mm-hmm.
That stuff was sleeper. But yeah, set 4 Azir with his soldiers. There's just like so much stuff you could do with these soldiers, like 8 ASO ults, etc. Like protect your carries. Yeah, such a cool unit that was like unique in design.
Definitely. So you weren't a summoner player back in set 2 then, most definitely.
I pretty much skipped. I think I just skipped set 2. Like
yeah.
I played like less than 150 games of set 2 probably. Yeah, didn't take us. It was kind of like a boring set, pretty much. Another set that's like kind of green and like, you know,
yeah,
kind of boring.
Everyone talks about Mort Dog, and you know we all know what it feels like to be Mort Dogged. So, could you walk me through one of your most memorable Mort Dog experiences in TFT that absolutely infuriated you?
Oh yeah, I think like on my like run to Worlds in game 1. I took a 7th because of the cannon bug. Like, there was a bug where if your opponent has a cannon and you have a cannon, and your cannon casts his circle first, right? The moment the enemy cannon casts their circle, it'll cancel out your circle if they overlap. So I got Mort Dogged by like a friend. Like I think I tried to position. It was Karma. I tried to position my cannon because I saw his cannon to Mort Dog him. But like he had 2 cannons, so his second cannon Mort Dogged me back, and I was just like, I was so tilted because I ended up going 7th because of the bug. Like it was like karma, right? Because I was trying to like, abuse the bug against him, and like it hit me back, you know.
I think I remember
like,
that.
so
I think I remember that from the qualifiers.
Yeah, it was game 1 as well. I took a 7th. I was like, oh, it's doomed. I'm not going to Worlds. Oh my god, I just lost it.
Yeah. Well, you mentioned earlier that there was a lot of players that you thought were better than you to make it to World's last set. So I'm interested to hear, leading into this event, if there's any players that you're keeping an eye on in the tournament as, like, I guess, rivals to you now.
Yep. I think, yeah, there are a lot, like, our server has a lot of good players that are, like, underrated because they don't, like, people don't know about them because they don't play on other servers that much. Like, Angora, like, Fishball, Donglade, Chunga, I think they're all, like, absolute animals like at the game, and I'd be happy for like any of them to like go to Worlds and be our representative.
Yeah, and
no flame to anyone else, you know, just like those are the ones off the top of my head, you know.
Yeah. And I guess like you've been to Worlds now, but obviously winning MSI is still a big deal, at least for you to make it to the next Worlds as well. So
yeah,
what would it mean for you to actually take it home at MSI as well?
Well, for one thing, it means that it actually matters. Like, set 5.5 matters. Because, like, if you flunk at, like, MSI, it's kind of like, well, it's no point playing 5.5 now, because the regional final is on 5.5. Because I think, like, performing well on ladder doesn't really, like, matter to me. But performing well, like, in tournaments and, like, going to Worlds matters a lot more. So it's kind of like, I'll end up forfeiting it, all of 5.5, if I run it at MSI. But, more than that, I think it's just, like, to keep proving myself as a tournament player and not just like choke, you know.
Yeah. And I guess just one more question: are you concerned that you're slowly running out of win trade accounts that you can play off in these finals?
I think I'm completely out. I think the last one changed their name back, so I'm very concerned. Definitely might not make it this time.
You won't have like the lobbies of just full Twitch TV Razza win trade accounts.
Yeah. Have you seen them a lot on like ladder or something?
Like I just remember post Worlds, like everyone was just like swapped their names to like Razza win trade account 1, 2, 3, 4. I remember there was a couple of guys that made it through as well, but I think they have all the name changed. So you're on your own now, buddy.
Yeah.
Anyways, Razza, thank you so much. I really appreciate the chat.
Yeah, no problem at all.
Best of luck at MSI, and look, you've got a title to defend, so get cracking.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty, guys, we are back. We're about to get into Game 4 here. Remember, this is the Oceania's TFT Reckoning, the mid-set Invitational. Now, we've just lost 8 players, so we might just quickly go over the people who Tycoon mercilessly let go from the tournament. It's going to be Zuzu Bird, Hinzi, Alt G, V Una, Fishball, and Little Tank there. So, look, a couple of names that, perhaps you wouldn't have expected. Certainly for me, Fishball going out there with 7 points is a big loss.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of notables here, Fish, Alt, even Zuzu as well. And this is just, it goes to show you the quality of the players in this tournament, You can't afford to have any slip-ups here, because if you just have a few unfortunate games in a row, it's just not going to cut it. And as the day goes on as well, you're going to be facing a harder and harder opponents, because the quality of player is just going to get that much tighter. So, it is unfortunate to see all of these players go out here. I know that especially, some of the legacy players, or, well, not the team legacy, but, players like OldVG and Fish and Zuzu, these players who have been trying for quite a while, it's really unfortunate to see them, miss out on another shot, but, that's just the way that the competition works.
Well, you keep saying the word unfortunate there, Frosty, but as we all know, TFT is a game purely of skill. And they didn't make it, that's their own fault, right? Sorry, guys, just hit, please. Yeah. Now, looking up the other end of the table, we're looking at the people who are having a fantastic day, of course, purely down to their own skill. And, there's people like Reverse Ingots, who we saw earlier, Chunga. I believe is he number one at the moment on the leaderboards, or at least has been for some of Reckoning, doing very well. Perfect Slumbers there. I wonder if I'll have to go check out his LOL chest at some point and see what other comps he's been playing besides just wrecking people with not Pony Reroll. I keep wanting to say Pony Reroll, but what I mean, of course, is Cav Reroll.
Yeah.
Well, go on.
Oh, I was just gonna say, we got a lot of similar people up in the high rankings again. You've still got Chunga, who came first yesterday. Perfect Slumbers, who came second. The main kind of dark horse, I guess, is Multiply. He was actually 47th yesterday, and he's tied for 19th point in the top 8 players, so doing quite well for himself. Interesting to note, with the players that were knocked out, we did also have Harrow people and 2 Odja get knocked out at 10 points. There was, how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players tied on 10 points. 2 of those got knocked out, and that comes down to their tiebreaker, which was their rank from yesterday. So Harrow people and 2 Odja coming 43rd and 44th, respectively. People like Raza, that were in 4th place yesterday, managing to stay in just by the skin of their teeth, really.
Yeah, with this many people in, of course, it makes sense that a lot of these players end up on the same point totals at the end. There, of course, those tiebreakers do come in really important. So having the previous, good performances by the players like Raza, showing his skill yesterday allows him pretty much a second life here, a second chance to make sure he can try and make it out. But it's not done. Because of course these points are, and Frosty, it sounds like you're the person who's the expert on the rules here, so you might be able to tell this, but tell us this. But it's through game 1 to 5 that your points are cumulative today. So if you haven't done that well, like Raza, only sitting on 10 points after 3 games, he's only got 2 more to make sure he further distances himself. Because at the moment he's in the next cutoff, right? Like, sure, he dodged the first one. That first 8 players, but he is in the next 8 players. So if he doesn't come out really soon and come out swinging here, he could still be on the chopping block for today.
That's it. You mentioned coming out swinging here, and that's exactly what a lot of these players do. We see everyone essentially, if you find yourself, even the top half here, the difference between being 16th and 40th right now is 4 points. And that's a 4th place right there, or a 5th place difference, just being able to put yourself that much higher. So in reality, all it really takes from some of these players who do find themselves down in the danger zone is just a 1st place or a 2nd place, heck, even a 3rd place, and another consistent showing to get them back into the safe cutoff zone there. But as I'm done rambling now to try to buy us some time, we're going to head over to game number 4, and we're going to be spectating Keen, who is finding himself on 13 points there. So perhaps down in the lower half of the standings here, who will need to find himself a nice finish to make sure that he does not end up in that final cutoff.
Yeah, at least he's is in 28th position
Mhm.
right now. So, he's got a little bit of a buffer, but not that much till, 2 games now. The lobbies have been reshuffled, of course. And so the players have some new playmates to see to trifle with, to see who is the best TFT player after all.
We get what you're trying to say here. It's just you're taking a little bit of a roundabout to get to it, but we get
It's an
where you're
early
coming
game,
from.
man. Come on.
Yeah, there's not a whole lot to talk about in the early game.
Do you want me to go on at length about the two Leonas he's got
Yeah.
there and how
We
they're
can talk
I-
about how
dancing
bad his
in
item
unison?
opener is.
It's beautiful. Maybe they should go underwater and be synchronized swimmers together.
Yeah.
I would
Keen-
love a tangent like that. Please, no, keep going.
Keen didn't get any gold, so he couldn't pick up the poppy pair and actually misses out on the 2-star poppy, which is kind of upsetting there. Especially like if you look at his items,
sedge.
double glove here is such a bad opener. You're never slamming normal Hodge. It's just such a terrible item, especially in the early game. It's just kind of really bad overall, to be honest. Doesn't get a 4th item, does get a Yasuo, so that might give him a bit of direction. Doesn't hit Nightbringers, doesn't hit Legionnaires,
Redeems
doesn't hit
either.
Knights, doesn't hit Brawlers. This is
Mm.
not great.
So in terms of direction, basically he's rocked up to a roundabout. There's about 7 roads out of it. Someone's knocked the sign down, and his GPS phone is out of battery.
I think
Yes,
he's got a flat
essentially.
tire as well.
Yeah.
Because this,
Excellent.
like, he's got some decent units. Like, he's got 2 3-cost units and a 2-cost unit. So like he's probably gonna win this round purely because he's got some okay-ish units. Creamy doesn't level up and put in some spell weavers that he's got on the bench there. So should win this round, I think. It's
With the new
yeah,
chomp,
he's level
of
4.
course.
Yeah, definitely.
Gotta love some new.
Um,
That's
just-
always that's an interesting point of decision that I struggle with, Frosty. So why don't you tell me, sometimes you've got not necessarily the best units, or maybe good units but not good traits, and then you're thinking, should I level up to 4, or maybe play with 3 and go the lost streak? What do you think about that situation?
There's 2 things here that I can see from Creamy. I mean, honestly, I'm pretty confused as to why Creamy didn't level there. Creamy had a Ziggs 2 on the bench and chose to not put it in instead. And I think that trying to get your early game units to be as strong as possible, you want as many 2-stars as you possibly can, just because they're just overall stronger. So it's probably got to do something with item prioritization. And if you're taking early losses, that means that you're going to get earlier picks in carousel to try to get towards your perfect composition there. So, I mean, I think that's where Creamy is probably headed to. Chose not to slam any items on units or anything like that to try to mitigate any health loss that he might be taking. Instead, choosing to just put in 3 Forgotten, which is... It's all right. No 1-star, no 2-star units in there or anything like that means that it's mostly just going to be a bit of power in there. But I mean, for the time being, we're looking at Keen's board here, and I mean, Keen's board has finally started to come around here. Did manage to pick up that Nightbringer, Yasuo, an incredibly strong unit here. Perhaps one of the best instances of direction that you can get from the game, simply because it is just that strong. You start off with an early jeweled gauntlet here, and you can just carry it through to the late game.
Yeah, Dawnbringer Legionnaire, another option he's got that he is potentially opting to put in there.
Yeah, Keen had a really awkward level 4, and then has just in 2 shots hit a lot of really good 3-cost units. That Morgana, that Riven, like this is just infinite direction for him here. Just like 2 shops alone, and his whole board has changed, and now he's just in a really strong position. Unfortunately, Peanut does have Abomination with a Hurricane, so might not win this. Really depends if that Abomination gets stuck on the Morgana or if it gets stuck on the Yasuo.
I don't even think we're going to have to worry about the
don't even-
Abomination
yeah,
here. I
yeah.
think the
He just
quality of
got
unit
shredded.
is just too strong. I mean, the Nunu coming into
Yep.
effect there, just showing everyone why Nunu is such a strong early game unit. Not many units can deal with, what is it? I believe it's 350 true damage early on, and then it gets an extra 50% on top of that if it has more health. So, a lot of units just struggle to deal with that really big health pool and getting chomped. having the Abomination and level 5 on top of that is just the cream of the cake, the creme de la creme. And just means that even though Keen was in a really strong spot, it's still not going to be enough.
Yeah, Keen just got a Shadow Hodge though, and that's a huge spike for his Yasuo here. So
Yeah.
I think we're going to see Keen just straight commit the Yasuo. He's got such good items for it already. All he needs now is like a couple of bows, and he's pretty much set. Hits a Riven pair as well. Like this is pretty straightforward where he's going from here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep, the Legionnaire bonus. You can see just so many. This is what we call a horizontal comp, right? Like lots of little traits getting thrown in there just to help out with the extra buffs, and with the Hand of Vengeance on top of the Dual Gauntlet for Yasuo. I mean, what else are you seeing there? Maybe the RFC, is that probably the third item that you'd want to slam on a Yasuo?
Yeah, I think RFC is pretty much best. So without RFC, your Yasuo can kind of just walk around and just walks into CC from like Nautiluses and Rels and things like that, and just spends half his time CC'd and doesn't do anything. Will have more DPS output if he had like a Hurricane, but often RFC is just a million times better. He just gets to sit there, one hex behind the front line, just free hit. Like especially in the early and mid game, it'll just do a lot more work than with a Hurricane. Does kind of depend on your matchups, but yeah, it's pretty much always better.
I mean, we were giving grief to the League players before, but we can stand in solidarity with them on the fact that, if you've got a Yasuo on your team, they are probably just walking around, just wandering into random ults and that sort of things. Just seems to be something about the legends,
It's a universal Yasuo trait.
Yeah, exactly. Right across the League of Legends.
If there was turrets in TFT, Yasuo would be straight under him.
Well, maybe if we see, the was it like the ribbon with an RFC on it? I think Judge called a turret the other night. Then maybe that's where he'll find his way to it.
I can see that.
I mean, I just want to just come in and say that, I think you guys were being a bit light on the Yasuo there. One may, in fact, call it a detriment to your team some of the time without an RFC. And in your game of League of Legends as well. More often than not, the game of League of Legends. However, as we said, that Drowsy, unfortunately, has run into Peanut. And, I mean, the power of early Abomination, just speaking more than we ever could really say there, Dealing with early 3 Abomination is, it's pretty much the gimme of the early game. If you can hit that early Nunu, being able to build your composition around an early 3 A-bomb with a Hurricane is just going to be the go-to.
Yeah, and if we look at Drowsy's board right here, I think this is a board we've all seen before and we all know where it's going.
Strangely familiar.
Yeah, Cavalier reroll again. It is very strong in the current meta. It's definitely worth forcing if you got the opener for it, which he does. Oh, hits another sword though, which isn't ideal. Not going to be able to make the best items. Maybe goes for a Shojin, hits double Katarina.
Okay.
I could see a pivot to Forgotten from here.
Yeah, not impossible. Yeah. That's for sure. I mean, even Shojin here can go on Rise. Rise does make a pretty good use out of the Shojin. It's no Shadow Blue buff, after all, being Rise's best item. But a lot of the time, again, TFT is a game about, not having the perfect composition all the time, right? Like, you're not going to be able to hit every single game as much as we say just hit. As much as we may like to, joke around about it, a lot of the time it's still going to be a struggle. Though having a look around there as Drowsy was scouting, we did see that there were quite a few players. I believe there was even a player that had a Hurricane Draven already.
Yep, I believe it was Opal.
Yeah, so perhaps the idea of trying to pivot into the Forgotten comp perhaps will take a backseat for the time being, as Creamy is looking like probably going to end up forcing Yasuo. And I mean, I was speaking to Creamy before, and he was having a little bit of a joke around, though. Now that I think about it, that he may not have been joking around, just forcing Yasuo 2020 every game.
Every time I see Creamy on ladder, he's always playing one comp, and it's definitely Yasuo. I'm pretty sure he's just one-tricking this comp at this point, but Keen was contesting, so I think he might end up holding hands.
I mean, look at that, man. We're 3-2. Creamy sitting on 58 health. I mean, people are just taking chunks out of that watermelon squink left, right, and center here. He's not in a great spot. He's going to slam another Shojin and finds this hilarious for some reason.
I thought he would have gone
Triple
for
Shojin?
the Shadow Zeeks there and pivoted to Draven, but I guess there is a lot of people contesting Forgotten already, so I think he might just be hard committing to this Cavalier reroll.
Yeah, now someone just mentioned something about, was that Creamy trying to force the comp, and I feel like in the current patch in, what is it, 11.4. Yep, that's one. It seems really hard to force stuff at the moment. It feels like the game is so well balanced that you almost kind of need to play whatever you're hitting, and if you don't, you're just like behind everyone else who is doing that.
Yes.
How do you feel about forcing something like Yasuo?
Yes, but no. The way that you go about forcing Yasuo is by pressing the D key. But the idea behind trying to force a composition in this meta is, it's not impossible, there are definitely ways that you can end up forcing compositions, like I mentioned before, where I mentioned Creamy did play a weaker board simply to try to get towards early carousel prior, which so happens to be why we saw Creamy trying to go for a bow. And we saw on the board that he had a Shadow RFC, and RFC is one of Yasuo's best items by far. Not essential, mind you. You can still play the composition without it, but it is something that you would really like to have. So I think that was the idea behind it. Now the real question is, can Creamy stabilize behind everything that's gone on here? And we see that, Drowsy has got the makings of a pretty strong board here. Has that Hecarim too, with that Titan's Revenge, and this has got to be one of Hecarim's best items, simply because he does end up taking a lot of damage. He does end up dishing out quite a bit as well, so in the long term here, it might end up really well. See, looking at that, stacking up 600, 700 damage as well. Problem is, if he never gets to attack, though...
If you look at Keen's board as well, he's pivoted from Yasuo into Karma.
That's it. It's kind of big as well, simply because, maybe King... this is one of the interesting things about playstyle, is that most of the time, when you're in a healthy position like that, a lot of players will instead choose to save up a little bit of economy rather than trying to roll it down at level 6 to try to get stronger. Perhaps King might have seen Creamy's items and said that the potential to try to go towards something like Yasuo was just not available, or that the itemization just wasn't there. Maybe picked up the Karma and said that was something that he wanted to try to focus on. What certainly helps at trying to go for Karma is a Dawnbringer's Bat, right? Picking up some direction through something like that. And, Keen is just such a great player at identifying some of these niche outs that you might find yourself running into, where a lot of other players really wouldn't see some of the directions that you can go for. For example, we weren't really talking about a Dawnbringer's game here for Keen, but Keen manages to find his way into it.
Yeah, that's perfect, that carousel as well, right? He was looking for the mana generation item there for Karma, and pretty much the entire carousel was swords and tears. So it pretty much didn't matter what anyone else picked there. He was going to pick up one for Karma.
That is a scary Nidalee, though.
Yeah, and we talk about Nidalee being a secondary carry, but a 2-star Nidalee, TXE has rolled all the way down to 10 gold, really trying to cement themselves into a position with 6 skirmishes here, and that board just looks primed to be win streaking throughout the stage here. But I think we'll find as the stage continues on that for the most part he's going to find himself in a pretty big position. But as we move over, Matt has got a Karma as well, with, I'd argue, perhaps the scariest itemization you can see on a Karma. Full crit. That Karma's gonna hit like a truck.
Yeah, I thought Keen was actually going to go for the IE dual gauntlet as well, but he decided to make the Shojin instead of waiting for the blue buff, because he already had the tier on there. So I guess he just kind of valued that mana generation now, rather than going for 3 stronger items, I guess, because the IE is definitely a little bit more damage than the Shadow Hodge.
Absolutely. But for the meantime, we're having a look over here at a Peanuts board. This is just the power of leveling up to level 7 with the Abomination board. Abomination is just suited to trying to get these long game win streaks. And honestly, with the way that Peanuts playing it, I wouldn't be surprised to see I mean, we might be seeing a perfect stage 4 as well. I'd be very
Ooh.
surprised if we ended up seeing a full-on perfect game from Peanut, simply because Abomination does have some of these weird little power drop-offs around typically level 8 until you hit your legendary units to find and put the composition together. But for the meantime, that's a really strong comp. But Keen's also got some pretty good stuff going on here as well. Unfortunately, the itemization, not really where you want to be at. I think we're going to see a big roll down.
I mean, yeah, like it's pretty much perfect items for the Vel'Koz though, and you can see he's starting to stack redeemed units on his bench. Actually, okay, goes past the Lux, is picking up the horsey there. But so, what do you think? Is he seriously thinking about a pivot here, or is he just going to perhaps augment his comp somehow with these redeemed units, Tycoon?
I don't think I can see him really going. Like, it is open, but he's already got the Dawnbringer spat, which is, it's really awkward to kind of fit Dawnbringers in, because you've got to hit the Garen to kind of make it work. If you've got a redeem spat the other way around, it's very easy to just slap the redeem spat on the Karma.
Yeah.
But like the Dawnbringer spat's basically just useless until you find the Garen, but then kind of it is pretty good on the Rel, because she'll get 2 casts off.
And look at this, prioritizing, just trying to hold more of them. I mean, we said that we didn't think it was going to be the case, but I mean, we're seeing that there's the chance more and more that, I mean, even though the roll down here is, favoring trying to hit some of these units, it's actually really tight. But I still think the Dawnbringers are going to win out in the end here, simply because he's just hitting a little bit too much to consider moving out of it.
And at the same time, he doesn't have bench space, right? Like, you can see there's so many redeemed units popping up because, as you said, it looks like the rest of the lobby has sort of forgotten about them. But he doesn't have bench space to pick them all up and make those 2-star units to make a transition without losing too much health. I mean, he's doing okay. He's sitting there at 58 on 4-2. That does mean he's got a little bit of time and some options, but it looks like he really wants to go for it. Look at that. Wow, the Karma just getting sniped immediately by that stacked Nocturne there, who does have Zeke's Bleak Herald on it. Pretty much the most important item that you can do to get that Nocturne up and running.
Yeah, it makes it really scary.
That's a scary assassin comp. And Peanut actually loses his first round.
There you go. No Mr. 100 for Peanut there.
No.
Yeah, 2 Vel'Koz. I mean, okay. Yeah, look, still picking up those redeem units, and that helps at least starting to stack some 2-stars on the bench means, that problem we were talking about before about not having the space, does sort of switch that around. But at the same time, he's still at level 7. He's got no gold left, and that means the chances of finding that Vel'Koz 2 without being able to roll down any further also kind of low. So maybe is this just a case of he's going to keep all this on the bench, and whichever one he hits first, Karma 2 or Vel'Koz 2, he sticks with.
More than likely, in reality. The big problem here is that Redeemed is a composition where you really want to focus on keeping your early units around. Hitting that early Leona 2 can be a big pull into trying to go for some of these compositions here. So we see that Creamy has, in fact, ended up one-tricking the Yasuo. Pretty much perfect itemization for it for the time being, but he's on a bit of a loss streak. And he just finds himself in this position that I think a lot of players get stuck into. You're seeing all of these really good units, like Vel'Koz. That's a really good unit. You see Syndra as well. That's a pretty good unit. But you just don't have the composition to support it. And I think that's one of the things with set 5 is that when you pick a direction, you need to stick with it, right? And that switching between these compositions comes at a very big health risk for you because it's not free. That these compositions don't synergize with each other, even though they have really bright, shiny colors in them. They're very whites and yellows and all of that sort of stuff. They don't share synergies all that well, and so trying to switch between them ends up being, well, quite costly for you in not only money but health as well. Even something as simple as a Leona 2. Keen doesn't have that, and so trying to get good frontline for that composition that synergizes well with your other stuff it's just not there.
Yeah, I'm looking at Peanut's board now. This looks like he's just going straight for Heimerdinger board here. He's got a couple of good items, just got the Archangels as well. Yep, gonna go ahead and slam that. So he's pretty much just using A-Bomb here to get to level 9, which he's definitely in a good spot to get to. Doesn't even have a 2-star Zyra yet, but still at 89 HP. Like, this is definitely just a go 9, find a Heimerdinger or a Teemo 2, and just pretty much go for first place off it.
Yeah, Keen managed to find that Vel'Koz too there, so still managing to hold on to the Vel'Kozes. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting to see exactly what does Keen want to go for. But we're going to see the power of A-Bomb here, and I mean, this is one of A-Bomb's worst matchups is because Yasuo does deal with the A-Bomb fairly well. You know, A-Bomb does tend to murder the backlines, but it turns out that Yasuo is a fairly frontline focused composition, so it can't really apply the CC onto the Yasuo most of the time and ends up just being targeted down quite a bit. So, I mean, that's where most of Peanut's strength really lies at the moment, is in having that really strong A-Bomb, simply because there's no Zyra too, you know, there's no extra strength in there. Only managing to pick up an Udyr off of your egg, that's not what you want at all. Udyr is an early game unit, silly.
He also doesn't have items that are really suiting the A-Bomb at the moment. As you saw last round, you know, he rolled, what was that, the Gargoyle Stone Plate and the Shadow Locket there. So, you know, not really the aggressive items you need on that A-Bomb to allow it to just pop out of the grave and start putting down the hard yards.
Yeah, I'm also kind of surprised that Peanut isn't putting this this brand up in the front line with the Shadow Locket. Like, often you kind of just want your A-Bomb units to just die as early as they can so you can get the A-Bomb out as early as you can. And because the brand's not got an offensive item, but it does have a defensive item, it would probably get a lot more value just being up in the front line.
Well, as you can see, we do have the switch there. So Keen has, he's taken out the Karma and he's put all of those items, which, to be frank, you know, they suit the Vel'Koz better. So he's successfully made the transition there. I mean, I say, yeah, look, he's on 35 health. Not doing quite as well as Peanut is here, but, you know, played the long game, and I think it might work out for him.
Yeah, good identification of just all these sorts of different compositions to go for. As we mentioned, though, it did cost him quite a bit of health, though, trying to get to there. So, you know, he's going to have to try to really position well against a lot of these compositions. And likewise, players will have to position around him. Vel'Koz is one of those compositions that does require a healthy amount of positioning to make sure that your backline carries don't end up being targeted by the squid, because we've seen squids just murder the competition before. Entire compositions melt before the squid's eye. And it's really just a case of, can you position around it to try to make sure that, you know, say this Nidalee doesn't get targeted down. Now, really interesting to note here is that TXE has not chosen to switch off the items onto the Jax yet, and that this is one of the rare cases where I think that trying to go for a Nidalee-based composition may end up working out for him.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously he's only got the Nidalee ones on the bench, so do you think he will switch that now that he's got Ajax 2, and if he gets up to the Nidalee 2 where it's not as much of you know, an issue to switch over?
Problem is... go on.
I think he stays with the Nidalee here because those are 3 really average items on Jax.
Yeah, they suit her better for sure.
Yeah, like the Rage Blade doesn't really do anything. BT's okay. Shadow BT's not the best on Jax. You'll usually want normal BT. And then Shadow Zeke's is obviously just good on literally anyone. So yeah, I think he's actually going to go for the Nidalee 3 here.
Likewise, I think that that is the direction that he will go for. I mean, holding the Nidalees on bench here just for a little bit of extra, you know, potential. And really interesting to note as well, leveling up to level 8 just for an extra unit. The 3 cost chance between level 7 and level 8 doesn't change. So you've got equal odds of hitting that 3-star, 3 cost at level 8 as well. It's just that in TXE's case, TXE is win streaking and has the ability to perhaps, you know, take it a little bit slower, you know, get a little bit of extra power. I mean, TXE is pretty close to hitting the Nidalee 3, but is he close enough to warrant, holding himself back at level 7? Whereas a lot of these other compositions really rely on hitting your 3-star, otherwise you're just dead? It's not the case here. And as we see, Creamy is in a similar situation where Creamy has just chosen to level up to level 8 over trying to hit that Yasuo 3, because even though the Yasuo 3 is important, it's not game breaking for him. Yasuo 2 does end up doing quite well in the mid game still, even after the nerfs.
I mean, they're living in different worlds right now. I mean, Creamy's got 19 health and TXE has 70, right? He's got nothing but time on his side. And that means, I think the other another consideration there for not putting the items on Jax is that he's going to get a couple, right? He's going to live through a couple of carousels and PvE rounds, and, hopefully they might even become Jax items and he just ends up with 2 carries.
Never know. I guess we'll have to wait and see here, just being able to pick up a blue buff is awful nice. As we move over though, we see that Peanut, our front runner that was win streaking through the early game, now on 40 health. So this is what I was mentioning before, was there was a little bit of a power trough. When you try to go 9, you're really just trying to hit a lot of those power units like your Garens here. And I don't really see that Peanut has hit it all quite yet. I mean, just this Nidalee is doing a hell of a lot of work, even into the Gargoyle Stone Plate on this abomination. Peanut's leaking out pretty bad here. We're seeing a few shells all over the place. Looks like he's been cracked open.
Yeah, it's pretty funny that Peanut's had Draconic in the whole game and still hasn't hit Zyra 2. So the Nidalee actually went straight on the Zyra because it's the only backline unit he's got that's 1 cost, and she just murdered it in 2 hits before it even casted.
Yeah, it's a big difference maker between that. The Zyra one and the Heimer one is a big power spike. Even the potential of having the turret blocking off the Nidalee access there, putting the turret in front of the Heimer is a big difference maker in these sorts of fights. And that's what I mean by when you don't hit your units early enough, it can really end up hurting at this composition. It is incredibly powerful in the late game, perhaps one of the highest capped compositions that you've got available to you. But if you don't end up hitting it in time, you're gonna die.
Yeah,
There's no
much.
2 ways about it.
Sometimes Heimerdinger just doesn't show up and you just bleed out in stage 5 and go 7th or 8th.
Well, Fortune Chosen, who for some reason hasn't changed his name since set 4, which I just don't understand because he's a little bit out of date now. But he has gone 8th. And it looks like Matt, M2 at, which... whatever way he would like his name stylized there, is in danger of completing that bottom duo there, only on a single point of life left. This Nidalee, honestly, without the Runins, I feel like it's struggling. It seems to be getting stuck on like a high armor unit or something like that quite a lot. And that means that coming into this sort of back end of the game where there's probably going to be a lot of those very tanky frontliners that these other players have managed to itemize, it feels like, maybe this is where Nidalee drops off unless he can complete that 3-star.
Yeah, this is one of the problems that I mentioned before about making Nidalee your primary carry, is that Nidalee is quite inconsistent for the most part. Typically, you want it to be able to murder enough of the team or live long enough so that it doesn't get focused down. But one of the problems that TXE is going to find as the game continues to go on is that skirmishes, the shield doesn't really hold up to a lot of these tankier synergies like ironclads and everything of the such, where most of the time, you got your Rels being able to stop the front line. Very important to note, one of the big things is that even though it's got a lot of damage, this composition doesn't run CC. There is no way to stop these enemy units from attacking. And as we see here, a Nocturne just getting onto your Nidalee, the fight's lost.
Yeah, he's got the cannon, but at this point in the game, cannon not all that reliable. Sometimes he can just get sniped so quickly that he doesn't even get his ult off, and I think that might have been the case in this round. Pantheon holding out for a second against that Nocturne 3 with probably best in slot items there. I don't know if you guys would agree with that. At least 2 of them then. But obviously at 3-star, it's doing a heck of a lot of damage. Ooh, I don't know about the Sunfire.
It's not bad. He's got no healing reduction outside of Pantheon, so it's not terrible.
Yeah.
Something to just throw on Jax or not Jack, sorry, Tarek or the Darius.
Yep.
I don't know where he's going to go from here. Like, I don't think he's going to commit to this Nidalee 3. Like, he's level 8, 48 HP. Like, he could easily roll down and kind of pivot to something else at this point. So, I don't think he's going to go for the 3-star Nidalee now, especially because he's hit none in, like, the last 4 rounds, 5 rounds.
Oh,
He does get one.
Oh, there's another.
He's only 2 off now. I'm eating my own words.
Oh, bringing
like a
out
fire.
the
Wow, he just...
cast a curse.
Is the last one going to show
Absolutely.
up, though?
Almost just guaranteeing him the Nidalee 3 there. Well done, Tycoon. TXC giving you a pat on the back there. Even thinking maybe about the Tarek 3. That'd be kind of wild.
Tarek 3
and
gives
he
an
rolls
insane amount of armor.
all the way
There
down.
it
He
is.
gets
Oh,
it
missed
but
it.
not
Late,
in
late.
time. Come on, mate. Practice your micro. This is a game about APM. What are you doing?
Looks
He's 2 off Tarek as well. So Tarek 3 gives, off the top of my head, I think it's 500 armor to your entire team when it casts.
Who needs Ironclad?
No, you
Who
really don't.
needs Shadow Locket?
You do
Well,
need
you really
Mystics
don't.
though.
Yeah, especially against this Keen comp, primarily based on Vel'Koz. I mean, looks like 500 armor wouldn't really be doing a ton against this, but I mean, looks like TXE needs to be getting some practice in an TFT rolldown simulator to be able to get those 3 costs enough there. A bit of a shout out to TFT rolldown simulator there, and one of my co-casters being one of the fastest people alive and kicking my butt. There's no way I could possibly contend, but that's a little bit of a side rant for the time being. We've got our top 4, Creamy going out in 5th there, and Opal going out in 6th. Opal, even with that 3-star Nocturne, just not enough to be able to take it down. Drowsy is on a bit of a win streak right about now, most notably with that Cavalier composition. A lot of gold units that we're seeing out of there, and I mean, that's just the power of that composition. Is just, if you hit, it feels almost unstoppable.
Peanut also hit the 2-star Heimerdinger, by the way.
Oh, he has shrouded it though. I think he scouted for Drowsy and he used the shroud in the event that he was going to fight against Drowsy, and that's helped him start. I think it's actually one of the ways you can try and deal with his composition. Not letting those initial shields get up too fast from Victor, but struggling now.
Victor just
3-star
did it.
units just
Like, there's
so
no
hard.
coming back. Like, this
No.
Cav comp is just so strong.
Yeah,
Just
even
goes
with the Sunfire Cloak, the constant shields coming through from Victor. I mean, the Sunfire Cloak does essentially nothing.
Yeah.
That's it. We see King going out in 4th there, running up against Peanut, and again, that's just the power of when you hit the Heimer 2. As I said, the composition has an insane spike. When you end up hitting the Heimer 2, the Volibear and everything, the Garen 2 with a stacked items, these sorts of compositions are incredibly tough to deal with. There's a reason why the Heimer Ivan Volibear composition is called HIV. And it is because it is an absolute pain to deal with. But for the meantime here, we have Drowsy coming in up against Peanut. And this is a critical fight for Peanut. Peanut is on 1 hit from this point, and that's just it. The Victor is down because of that Heimer 2's insane splash damage. Perfect itemization is just going to wreck through Drowsy's health total. That's a 22-point health loss right there. And I'm pretty sure even the board of TXE just can't stand up to it. It's just way too much. The Heimerdinger, it's too safe. There's no Viegos, there's no assassins being able to put on the pressure, and TXE is dead.
Massive. Okay, it's just Drowsy
That's a
versus
Cav
Peanut
stat.
now. And yeah, I mean, that's ridiculous. Obviously, they've added these, a lot of those, you can see how happy Drowsy is about getting that. I mean, he can put that on the Thresh probably, make that even tanky, or maybe even the Nautilus there. Either way, something's getting even better. It's a shadow item as well. If that ends up mattering, perhaps if he puts it on the Thresh. But I mean, just look at that front line. It's so beefy. But the thing to note is we've got a Giant Slayer on the Heimerdinger, right? And I feel like you don't always itemize Heimer that way. But in this case, with these massive targets to rip through, it's going to help him so much. Just buffs up that damage by a huge amount.
Yeah, the Heimer, so basically the first cast might not kill everything, because the Heimer gets so much ability power from the Archangels. on the second cast, it's pretty much guaranteed to kill everything.
Well, wipes out half the team there. And here we go. Is Tycoon's prediction correct?
So every time he casts, he gets a full death cap worth of.
Yeah.
So it's just insane. He has got the Shadow Shojin, I guess, that's reducing it a bit. But yeah, it's just absolutely melting. There's no way the Cavs are going to be able to get to it in time. Yeah,
I mean, Victor's not the fastest unit at chewing through front lines and all that sort of thing. So as you see with the spectral spear of Shojin there, the level 2 Heimerdinger just pushes through way too fast. The damage furious from that 5-cost unit. So that's the end of game 4, guys, with I believe it was Peanut taking it out there at the end.
Yep.
We'll go for a quick break now, guys, and we'll come back with game 5 and update you on who is on the cusp of getting cut, as another 8 players will go down at the end of today's play. that is the final game of the day here. We're in day 2. There was 48 players we started off with. We've said goodbye to 8 of them, and we're about to get rid of another 8. Which 8 is a really good question to ask. I'm glad you asked that, chat, because we've got some big names on the line here. Very notably, our set for champion and world championship contender, Razza, is on the cusp of going out. Tycoon, you're the numbers man. You look at these spreadsheets, you know exactly what's going on. It's just how your brain works. So tell us how close he is to going out right now, the kind of situations that we'll see him go through, or perhaps not.
Oh, so Raz is currently at 12 points. There's only 2 other people underneath him. Basically needs to get like a first or a second place here because of the way the tie-breaking systems work. He did really well day 1, so he's got a 4th place under his belt for the tiebreaker. So if it comes down to it, to a tiebreaker, he's pretty much always going to win that. There's no one else kind of in the elimination area that has a tiebreaker better than him. So he definitely needs to do well in this last game to kind of stay in it, to keep going to the next day. But if there's anything we've seen from Razza, it is a comeback. He is the comeback king. I've seen him go 8-8, 1-1, 1-1-1. So I wouldn't be surprised if he turns it on for this last game. He's very good at having a quick mental reset and just running it back.
Okay, now Frosty, we're saying he has to get on the podium here. Very likely needs to get, a 1, 2 maybe, to pull through. If your tournament was on the line, what composition are you looking for going into this next game?
Me personally, or the professional opinion of the players here, sort of a thing?
Well, look, mate, you're on the desk like the rest of us, so we Raz has the chance to get through here. Okay, so just walk outside yourself for a second, put yourself in the mind of the Oceania champion here, and what is he looking for?
I'd say if I'm in Rouser's shoes right now, I want to go for something that's comfortable. I want to go for something like Assassins. We've had Assassins have middling success today, but it is one of those compositions that you can find yourself really easily going 1st or 8th with, and it is very much so no in-betweens, right? I think it was like the closest thing to an in-between was Opal, who went, I believe it was 6th last game, with that Nocturne 3, even managing to hit it with decent items. No Last Whisper on it, though, in a fairly tanky lobby means that you're really going to be struggling all the time, because with Assassins, it does come down to a lot of positioning. But that is something that Raza is really comfortable with. Raza is excellent at being able to win these positioning battles that you'll find yourself going in against a lot of players simply due to a lot of experience with it. So in Raza's shoes, I'm going to say go for Assassins. Go to your calling. Let's make it happen.
Okay, well, it's a stacked lobby that Razza is up against here. We can see got Escher in there, get off some other names that we recognize there, as well as Keen, whose point of view we are looking at right now. So, yeah, I mean, he just has to pretty much come up with the goods here, or it's going to be all over, and we definitely wouldn't have expected to say goodbye to him in the first week of competition, let alone, I just really would have thought that he'd be making it through there into that second week. My brain clearly can barely even comprehend it.
Yeah, well, the tournament does definitely reward consistent play. A good way to get a top 4 is to high roll Redeemed, which he has got some really good items for Redeemed. He's hitting a lot of pairs. He's got the Leona, he's got the Poppy pair. If he can hit a Syndra or a Lux in the next shop or 2, Keen's going to be an amazing spot because he's got the Shojin, he's got the Rod already.
Yes.
And we haven't seen a huge amount of Redeem play. There was one game where there was like 2 Vel'Koz players, and we know Keen does play Redeemed because he played it last game, kind of pivoting from that Dawnbringer board into the Redeemed board. So we'll see what he gets. So there's the 3rd Redeemed unit.
Yeah,
no, sorry.
He already had the H-Rocks,
There it is,
but
though.
he does get the Varus.
Yeah, which
So
Varus is
boom,
a
he
great
already puts that
Shojin
in.
holder.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants to go to 4 at the moment, he does have that Poppy there to synergize, as you said. Like, that's an easy slam with the Shojin on that, unless you want to put on the Varus as well, who can also use it. And honestly, Varus, I feel like a lot of the time, that's one of the units you want to swap out when you get to that sort of 6 redeem comp at the end, and you you're putting in things like the Rel, or even if you're lucky enough, chucking a redeem spat on your Garen.
Yeah. So Keen's not leveling here. He's got 3 1-cost pairs, or actually 4 1-cost pairs, but I don't know if he'd really play the Callista. So he's not leveling here just to kind of keep his odds a little bit higher on the 1-cost, I think, just to kind of get some of those 2-star units. This board's still pretty decent. It's probably going to kill... I think it kills one more. It's not going to win, but it'll kill another one. Or will it?
Oh,
It
will
won't.
it? The renewers.
The
You
renewers
always
are
think
too
you've
good.
got them. They come in, they trick you with it. It's a little annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think the big difference was that I think the Aatrox missed the heal. When he
Yeah.
starts casting the spell and then he doesn't actually the unit dies before he hits them, and then I think he doesn't get the heal in that situation.
Yeah.
So that definitely hurt the survivability there
And
against
there
the
it
other
is.
player. There you go, 2 pairs. So not bad. Instantly goes up to 4. Okay, he's gonna put the Ballista in over the Poppy. No, he thinks better of it. Okay, now he's doing
think
both.
he might drop the redeem. I'll just keep it as it is, yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard position you find yourself in here, especially when you want to try to make the strongest possible board. Redeemed is really good in these early sorts of fights simply because the extra tankiness that you end up finding your last unit getting themselves up to, the culmination of all the other stats that goes into that final redeemed can end up making a huge difference. It is uncommon that you see these units sometimes ending up in a 1 in 4, 1v4 and winning. But, you want to talk about something that's interesting, though, Shuffle type. We mentioned that Vlad reroll probably wasn't going to be a thing, but looking at Shuffle's board, those are some near-perfect Vladimir items.
Yeah. He has already leveled, which means he might just be using it as an item holder to kind of get to the late game. Because you can still use the renewers to kind of get there. Because Vlad is, with a normal Archangel, Vlad absolutely pumps every single time he casts, and he just goes straight back to max health.
Absolutely. Definitely one of those strong early game units that you can really revolve your composition around, and does do an excellent job of transitioning into the late game. As we saw, the Heimerdinger is one of those really key units that can make excellent use of that Archangel staff there to be able to absolutely melt the front lines. A little bit more item specific than just, putting a whole bunch of Archangels on, though. So there is going to need to be a little bit of a change up with itemization with that Vladimir to get it into a position to transition out of. But yeah, wouldn't be surprised, as you mentioned. Typically, if you end up leveling there, you're not going to end up trying to reroll. But, Katz is leveled up to level 5 here, has 5 Hellion, and this is an absolute menace in the early game here for a lot of boards. But I'd say Keen has got perhaps one of the best counters to it in Varus. Varus being able to deal with all those 1-stars with the hail of arrows there. But, it's just too much.
Yeah, 5 Hellion this early is just so strong. The attack speed alone, even if his Ziggs wasn't 2-starred, the attack speed alone is just too much. And then, the health value coming from the Hellion units, it's pretty much one of the strongest level 5 boards you'll have early on.
Absolutely. And we've seen it time and time before. The transition out of it can be a little bit problematic, typically the composition does want to end up picking up a Spellweaver in there simply because Ziggs does tend to get a lot of casts off and does deal quite a bit of damage in the early game there. So the transition to something like a Vel'Koz has potential behind it, but typically I see a lot of these compositions really try to focus on trying to go for more of a fast 8 style. But you want to talk about something that's really big. There's a Varus and a Lux in there, and trying to go for 6 redeemed is suddenly, it might be on the cards for Keen.
Yeah, he's got the Ash as well. If he, felt like giving Varus some extra casting in the meantime, is actually going to make them more evil Anomicon. Put that on a very good early game user of that, the Cannon.
Yeah, Medieval Nomicon's a bit odd if you're going for Redeemed, because it's actually pretty hard to get a unit to apply it in Redeemed. You don't really have anything with good AoE outside of Varus, but even then he's not the best holder for it. Just using the cannon for now, obviously, because it's pretty much guaranteed to apply it to the enemy's carry if it actually gets cast off. It does.
Yeah, I mean, there are units that can cast it, right? It's just that you don't necessarily want to reduce their damage. Like you can put it
Yeah.
on the Garen, you can put it on the Vel'Koz, and they'll laser the whole team and often apply it to almost everyone. But you're just wondering if that 15%, wait, 50% less
50,
damage,
yeah.
50, yeah, it's a huge reduction. Is worth it if you're putting it on someone like the Vel'Koz or the Garen.
Yeah, like you can put it on a Volibear, because you're running the Ivern with the the Syndra, but that's really far away. Like you need someone to be able to carry it for the other portion of the game. Like the cannon, for example, has no synergy at all with the rest of the team right now.
No, not unless he feels like going for a 3 Hellion come level 6, but even then, that's not really the strongest combination of traits. Now we're just going to move across to Escher here. And he has actually chucked a static Shiv there on his... man, my ability to recall champion names tonight is just not at its best. And yes, you are right.
Yeah.
It is Ziggs, of course.
He does hit the 5 win streak with 20 gold as well. That's huge. Escher is very rich right now.
Yeah, and look, he's really... I mean, how much do you think he's actually committing to these Hellions right now? Because obviously, static Shiv by itself certainly indicates that somewhat. I think he's just scouted there and realized a couple of other people holding Hellions here at the moment. Not necessarily, maybe not committing to them, but he's sort of wondering about, his chances of hitting 2 stars of all these.
I don't think most tournament players are like... I don't think they've really played a lot of Hellions. Like it's actually quite a hard reroll comp to play because you gotta have really specific stuff. Like the difference between Shadow Shiv and normal Shiv is really big. And he's also leveled up already as well, which means he's not able to slow roll. So yeah, I think he's just looking to pivot out of this as soon as he can, but definitely his strongest board for now. Rolls down, hits a Rel, immediately picks up the Rel and puts it in. Yep.
We going Cabs? We just Cabs now? Oh my god, a Jax and a Mordekaiser? What are these options?
He can run the Mord, but how does he fit the Jax? I don't think he does. No, he doesn't.
I love the Shroud Slam, though.
This is such a strong board now. The Shroud... Is it going to hit the Ziggs? Yeah, it is. Yeah. The Shroud hitting the Ziggs doesn't make a huge difference, I guess.
No.
Yeah, no.
That was on the Lulu, though.
True.
The 2 gloves that Escher has on his bench here are unfortunately very tough for him to get rid of, especially with his itemization right about now. So just being able to get rid of a glove here, putting it on something that does have a lot of use in the late game in the Shroud here, is going to end up benefiting him massively here. And even just that incidental little bit of strength that you get out of it is just... sometimes it just makes the difference in these fights. And you see here that Katz was on a bit of a streak there, but Escher is still stronger. That 5 Hellion still just can't stack up to that 3 Cavalier board.
Yeah, Cavs is very hard to break. An interesting little positioning tip with this comp here, because I've played a lot of rats. If you actually put your your cannon next to the Rel, the cannon will cast to the furthest unit, and then Rel will typically cast right after, and you can basically stun mock carries with it.
The more you know.
Yeah. For the 2 people on ladder that play rats, they probably know that.
Bit of a rare occurrence, but I mean, those 2 people, I'm sure they'll be grateful.
I'm sure they're having a lot of fun sitting at Master Zero LP.
Hey,
I'll say that like it's a bad thing, okay?
I'll have you know that hitting Masters is a very respectable thing. I'll have you know.
You're right.
And I'm not
sorry.
saying
I didn't mean to ego on the
Masters
players. I'm sorry. Oh no, what have I done?
That's far above the top 1% of TFT players. I'll have you know,
I'm sorry.
Tycoon, living in your ivory tower.
Oh no, what have I done?
Oh well. As we see Keen here, I'm pretty sure Keen went up to 6 redeemed for this fight here. Has that Varus too, has that Shojin on there as well. You just get to see the tankiness of some of these units coming out here. It's really tough to break him. Even I'd say the Hellion here doesn't stand a chance. Damage reduction from...
Oh no.
Is just, from the redeemed is just way too much for him to be able to deal with. And Escher will end up losing the win streak here. for the time being. It's not a great loss, mind you. You know, you don't exactly want to lose your win streak, but at the same time, it did happen at a decent time. You know, it didn't happen just before Krugs, just before you get that extra gold.
Yeah. The Hellions is definitely going to start falling off a little bit now. Like, if you look at his board, he doesn't really have a great source of damage. Like, most of his damage is coming from a single static shiv on the Ziggs. He could go for, like, the Jeweled Gauntlet on the Ziggs, but it's going to end up killing itself. So he's just really lacking DPS. If he could get the Shadow Morello onto the cannon from the carousel here, he would definitely pick up a lot more damage.
Ooh, this Kha'Zix on the back line, unfortunately, removing that big source of damage. The Rel, at this point, early in the game, you know, tends to be have a lot of sustain and keep you going, but that's not going to matter all that much if you can't get rid of the enemy units, and get off here just has too much. And that'll be another loss for Escher going into this third carousel round. Third carousel round, including the original one, I suppose. I've been keeping my own Raz's health, of course, because, you know, we are wondering how he's going to be going here alongside people like Fortune Chosen and Get Off, who actually, and Escher, really, who are, you know, close to that cutoff here of going out. So I think those 3 or 4 players there are probably fighting for position to go into week 2. And, you know, it's a pretty tight throughout the middle there, and you got to wonder whether, you know, sometimes you're like, oh, the extra health might matter, and then sometimes you're like, no, that one item change, you know, could be what separates these players the end game, if you get a best in slot item or not. And now that we're having a look at Raza, is that exactly what has happened here? Grabbing the BT alongside the Last Whisper and Zeke's Bleak Herald on an earlier Aphelios.
I love this sort of a decision here. I think that the decision to go for the Nightbringers here, it's a really strong mid game, and the ability to carry this Aphelios through to the late game with the ability to play 4 Ranger. Some players may wish that 6 Ranger was available, but you know, for the time being, they're just going to have to make do without. Running into Escher. Now, this might be a little bit of a problematic matchup simply because Aphelios doesn't have a ton of health. It has a ton of effective health with the shields there, but I mean, if you're able to get onto this Aphelios, the comp doesn't really have any damage. And we see the Hellions starting to rack up here, but the consistent damage from the Aphelios, it didn't end up getting touched by the cannon there. That's just going to take another loss. He doesn't need the health,
right? He doesn't need the health because Yasuo has it all. Yasuo has got, the Shadow Warmogs there, and of course with the Nightbringer buff as well, a 4 Nightbringer buff. That's an incredible shield he's getting mid-round there.
Definitely the case. So we see that Raza is just starting to pick up some of these ranges here, you know, starting to try to secure some of the late game options that he might end up wanting to try to go for. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, just trying to get a little bit of economy back simply because Raza is at 20 gold right about now and at level 6 and is not really in a position where you want to be in with Rangers, where with Rangers it's about trying to hit some of those late game units, the Kindred most notably being a critical one because it enables the composition to just be so much more powerful. You know, having that ability to keep those Rangers alive to get those extra Ranger procs off and, you know, those extra Aphelios ults off means that it is really just a feast or famine sort of thing. And, you know, staying down in levels here, while it is good for the time being, you know, we're seeing Raza on a win streak, 5 win streak into Wolves. Really strong. It will start to fall off. And, I mean, without Ranger, Aphelios does struggle a bit, especially with no Ginsus or anything like that. It does rely on hitting 4 Ranger. So, I wouldn't be surprised that Raza is strong for the time being, but we're going to see him start to drop off around stage 4 here.
Yeah, I do like that he's pushed a little bit earlier, though, because as we know, he pretty much needs that first or second spot, as we talked about, to make it through it. Like, this is make or break for him. And to do that, generally, you're probably going to have win streaked at some point during the early game, right? It's not like you just held on, got some good items, and then, you know, came back with 5 health to win 10 games in a row and finished off the game like that. Most likely, you're going to have needed to, you know, eco harder and therefore save some health by, pushing some levels early, something like that. So, yeah, I kind of like this position he's in at the moment. Staying up near the top of the leaderboard could be very important in order for him to last out long enough to grab one of those top places this game. Yeah, I don't know. Would you agree with that, Tycoon, that that's the kind of mentality you need if you know you have to get a top place and you're not just looking for a top 4 to have a good average game that might just get you across like you might be at the start of the day?
Yeah, like I mean, well, obviously, win streaking is typically better than loss streaking, because it does net you more gold. But yeah, he's going for the uncontested comp as well. So he's really kind of relying on hitting the parts that he needs uncontested. Like we may end up seeing like a Philios 3 or something like that, because this comp is very uncontested. And he's in the position where he's still winning rounds. Everyone else, I don't know if you realized, pushed level 7. If you saw, I think it was about 6 players pushed level 7 at 4-1, and rolled it down a little bit just to kind of get the power. Razza didn't do anything, and he's still beating someone that went to level 7. So definitely in a really good spot. Hitting upgrades naturally, like he can go 7 here, put in this Yasuo, what's it called? Lee Sin. What's in the ranges instead? Okay, that's actually probably more.
Yeah, I mean, he already had the lease in, right? So he's probably just building that up for to try and get that lease in 3, who at some point does become very powerful if you can get them up to 3 and start putting some items on it. It's kind of one of those units, I feel, where like at 2-star, you're kind of like, yeah, it's okay. But at 3-star, you're like, oh, all of a sudden, this is a carry.
Yeah, especially if you can get the flying Yasuo. It can just absolutely delete backlines.
Well, big Karma shot coming out early there, but the Bloodthirster from Aphelios will keep him in check, then gets the shield as the second line of defense. Oh, almost there, the Bloodthirster, so that's 2 shields gone out. Dodges the Karma shot, but unfortunately, he doesn't have, 5 lives, and eventually
to be
the
fair,
Karma one does beat it.
Cats has the Garen as well. Like Garen at level 7, like that's where Dawnbringer really starts to get into the swing of it. So Cat's winning there is not really surprised, and he just hit Karma 2 as well.
Oof. Okay, so we're looking
Fortune Chosen has a Heimerdinger.
Cats to start pushing up a lot of those legendary units, even if that's only a 1% chance, starting to appear now in this last game of the day. Those 1%ers, well,
there's 2 Heimerdingers
sometimes
in the game.
That's all that makes the difference. I mean, there's 2 Garens as well. I think we saw maybe it was Sonny Kaya or something like that also had one. So, yep.
Yeah, Fortune Chosen pushed 8. He might have rolled with about 10 to 20 gold to try and get that. He's also got golden eggs, so he's definitely going to be in a really good spot. His health isn't that great, but his A-bomb items are okay. His Heimerdinger items are really good. So, gosh, this is Fortune Chosen's really stabilized here. This is going to throw a whole wrench in the lobby, because I can't really see him losing around this stage unless his Heimerdinger gets sniped out by something.
Yeah, it's a big idea for Fortune Chosen to go for something that is high roll, like 5 Draconic here, simply because Fortune Chosen does find himself in the bottom 8 here, so does need to, get himself up out of there. And, we talk about Feast or Famine comps, 1st or 8th compositions. Well, 5 Draconic has the potential to high roll. I mean, it's not as, the namesake Fortune, it's not as good as the Fortune are trying to do that, building up these massive loss streaks into one big payoff. But I'll tell you that even still, you still get quite a few items, or the ability to get items off of a 5 Draconic board. And I mean, finding that Heimer is just so big for him, simply because, I mean, you mentioned it before there, Tycoon. He has got near perfect items on it already, and that's just going to help him stabilize even more. But Kane also has a Heimer there, backed up with 2 Nautilus bodyguards and a few Pantheons.
Yeah, Heimerdinger just needs literally just needs any units to stand in front of it for a little bit so he can get a cast off. These Heimerdinger items aren't the best. Like, obviously, Static Shiv's not the greatest, because you can kind of put that on any unit to get the effect. It doesn't really need to be on your main carry. But the extra mana does mean he casts 1 hit earlier, so it's not too bad.
Yeah, it still looks like it's going to be far too much for Razza as the Aphelios, the lone Sentinel left standing there. I probably shouldn't use the word Sentinel because they're coming in set 5.5, so I don't want to confuse anyone there. I'm sure we're all looking forward to that. This tournament here, kind of the last hurrah of set 5 proper. What was it you just noticed?
I was going to say a lot of these fights that Raz has been losing have just been a Aphelios 2 difference. Because he didn't roll it down at 7 to look for it at 4-2. Instead opted to eco and go 8 and kind of look for more high roll things. It's a very first or last play. Because like if you roll down at 4-2, you get the Aphelios 2, you get maybe something else. You stabilize a lot more, you kill a lot of units, you save a lot more health, and like you play for the top 4. But as we know, Raz is not playing for a top 4. He needs to play for as high as he can possibly get this game. So he's taking the riskier play. And trying to make it work, which I guess we're going to wait and see if it works out for him because he's really bleeding out this stage.
Yeah, he's losing a bit of health here. You see Yasuo with the true damage starting to get through the front line there of the Knights and Kale composition, actually. Interestingly, you can see they've got the Sacrificial Rage Blade and the Risk Thirster there.
Has he got 2 Kales as well? I think he did. I think he had a Kale on bench. That's really scary.
Oh, wow. Okay. So if you can get that front line ticking away, stall it out for long enough, obviously Kale is pretty much the strongest unit in the game once you get those swords raining down.
Yeah, absolutely.
As we said earlier tonight, it's a composition that has fallen out of favor a bit. Why do you think that is, Frosty?
Well, it turns out when your unit receives several nerfs to it over and over and over again, that the unit does not end up getting played all too often. It is still a strong option more often than not, simply because it just has inherent synergy with itself where you buy enough time there and sometimes it just ends up winning you a fight. Now we're going to see a big roll down from Rouser here, and I wouldn't be surprised if we see him trying to go in towards 4 ranges here, simply because it is such a strong option. You know, it is typically a little bit more of an expensive board, though, but an Aphelios 2 is a really big pickup for him.
That's what he needed. I think, as you said, still looking for that 4 ranger at some point, so that's why we're starting to see the veins stacking along the board there. But Aphelios 2 was really what seemed to be hurting him, just not getting the damage out fast enough while the front line was tanking. So now let's see if the Aphelios 2, how much of a difference that makes. And see, getting through the rel, I think only 1 cast there. Jack's going down as well. And Heimerdinger off the back. Yeah, it feels like there's been a big difference between that 7 and 8 that we saw there from Razza.
Absolutely. And I mean, it just goes to show you the power of, hitting your 2-star units more often than not, is that a lot of the time, a 2-star unit will in fact be better than a 1-star unit. I know I might sound like Captain
Hold on,
Obvious
let me get my
here.
notepad out. I gotta write this down.
Gotta get some Peepo G going on, and that's completely understandable. So we move over to Asher's board here, who is rocking the Heimer. We've been seeing a lot of Heimerdinger in these lobbies. I mean, that's got the potential of picking up a Hellion Renewer and Dawnbringer spat. All things that you could consider putting onto this board. Puts the Renewer spat down here, and I gotta say, a little bit more of an interesting option.
Yeah.
Renewer on Garen.
Yeah,
is
4 Renewer
very
is
strong.
huge. So with the 4 Renewer on Garen, you get the Soraka in for the Dawnbringer and the Renewer. And basically Garen will ult, but then inside of his ult, he just heals a massive amount because it's 6%, I believe, per tick.
Mm-hmm.
So he just ends up getting a lot of his health back. And then you've also got to keep in mind that on the Heimerdinger, he's getting, because he's got a massive mana pool, he gets an extra 3% mana per tick of it as well. So he ends up casting a lot more often.
Yeah, you can see the crits coming out there from the
Is he running
dragon.
double Kale?
He is.
Nice.
Really good items for it as well, as we see. I think there's double Ginsus. I mean, this is one of the power points of Kale right here, is when you hit that when you hit those swords, it's gonna end up just raining hell down upon you. But, I mean, this is just one of the deals with Kale, is that it's more item dependent more than anything else now, is that, I mean, trying to hit that Ginsus, without it, you're just not going to be dealing as much damage. I just to find a Kale here, but I have to assume that's more to just try to deny it from, I believe it was Sunpyo more than anything else. And really notable here is that a lot of players starting to hit these lower life totals right about now. Keen down at 13 health, Shuffle type at 14. And I mean, this would be a big loss for Shuffle. Shuffle does find himself 1 out of that bottom 8 spot there. So if Shuffle type goes out here, that's it. That's just done. And 8th is almost certain death for a lot of these players.
I mean, Cat at the moment is at position 40, right? Like he's the only player on 11 points going into this game, and he's currently on top of the lobby on a win streak. So if he gets a first, all of a sudden that makes it even harder for Raza or Fortune Chosen or Gidoff to make it through. So, Cat's not necessarily someone who we were, touting as the person to watch coming into this final match of today, but perhaps the one who causes some havoc.
King goes out in 8th as well. King was on 18 points. He's a little bit higher on the in the bottom 16, but he's going to end on 19 points now, which could put him in the danger territory. Yeah, and he didn't do amazing on day 1. He ended at 30th place, so he could actually be knocked out of here. But it really depends on how everyone else places.
Absolutely, it's no longer in his hand. It's up to the TFT fates. Oh wait, sorry, wrong broadcast here. It's up to the Winds of Fate right about now to see how everyone else does in the lobby. Shuffle time is going to just start rocking up that Volibear. Has the Volibear Ivan combination coming in, and really interesting to note as well is that Shuffle type's playing something a little bit interesting here. Shuffle type is not prioritizing a Karma carry. That's a Soraka with most of the items there.
And doesn't have the Shadow Morellos, right? Like, I feel like sometimes if you're seeing like the Soraka getting the items, especially the Shojin, it's because you're trying to pump out that Morello's damage, but it's not the case. So, I mean, what do you think? Is it better on a 2-star Soraka than it is on a 1-star Karma?
Well, so Archangels on Karma is really bad. So it takes Karma something like 8 casts or something like that to make it become equal to a death cap. So it's really low value on the Karma. So on Soraka it's not too bad, especially with the Renewer. It's going to cast a little bit faster than the Karma will as well, and also it's a 1-star Karma, so it's kind of like he probably just never hit it, so he just put the items on the Soraka to carry it because it's literally all he's got.
Well, Garen with the Shadow Archangels there is, you can see he was, starting to pump up extra health, and that means every time he casts, he's getting even a bigger and bigger shield as time goes on, but even that wasn't enough to get him through. 6k damage from a 1-star Garen. If it was 2-star, we'd be starting to get into real danger territory for everyone else, but unfortunately, with no gold left and Donkey rolling, that seems like a hope and a dream only for Shuffle.
Escher even had priority here on putting the Shroud down. Being able to mix up your Shroud into these rounds, absolutely a big deal. But, I mean, we're seeing the damage coming out from this Garen here. Being able to deal enough, and the Soraka just might barely be able to be enough. The Shadow Ginsu's going onto this Lux, keeping him going, but, I mean, it's just too tanky. The Karma is now starting to instantly cast, and, I mean, Ash is going to go down here. This entire lobby is on a knife's edge. All of the bottom players here, Raza, Gidoff, Sonkyo, and Shuffle type, do not want to find themselves going out right about now. Otherwise, their tournament run is over.
Yeah, Sonkyo down the bottom there. Gidoff, exactly. All the players on low health. Well, actually, no, pretty much everyone in the lobby. Yeah, exactly. As very low and at risk of going home today. The items that they're getting from this round could have a huge impact here. The Archangels, I don't know, do you think that's going to help Shuffle very much? Let's see how the roll down goes. He really, really wants 2 Garens, but he's not going to get them.
No, looking for any upgrades. He's got...
Yeah.
What's he got? 3, 4 1-star units? He really needs to hit something, but yeah, just nothing showing up for him.
1 extra Karma would have been nice.
Yeah. Anything. I think he would have taken anything at this point.
Mortdog says no, and Shuffle now with 3 health left is in dire straits. I mean, that last combat, he was so close to losing. The Soraka using the Dawnbringer heal there to get back alive and barely scraped out a win. You can see once again going down so low before healing up.
Yeah,
The
that second
knock-up
Heimer
coming
cast
up
hits
from the
it.
Volley
Yeah.
Bear, and it's a big. That said, Garen with all those healing items, can he get it done? Oh, he's getting dragged in by the Thresh there. The level 2 Heimer, way too strong for the 1-star Garen.
And Raza goes out in 6 unless Sonkyo takes a much worse loss. Raza going out in 5th.
Oof.
It's going to be close. I'm fairly certain he doesn't make it with that.
Yeah,
Shuffle
4 points
tie.
puts him up to 16.
It's going to come down to tiebreakers, and if Raza is in that tiebreaker territory, then he does have the higher score. But I think he might be 1 point off.
Yeah, really unfortunate. I think that the big deal there is that Shuffle Type actually did have something offered to him by Mordog, but not something that he could take. 2 Teemos rocking up in the shop, they would have made perfect use of those items, but as is the catch-22 with Teemo, you typically have to pay health, but Shuffle Type was not in a position to offer his health up to the Devil God himself, and unfortunately ends up going out in 6th there. As we see that Escher finds himself in 3rd spot, against the pretty stacked Dawnbringer board of Cats here. I must say, this is starting to get kind of questionable. We've seen a lot of Heimers being taken. Big crits coming out from this Heimer though, but that's one of the big benefits of Karma is that it's random targeting, and sometimes Karma can just snipe off that board. But we see the power of 2-star Wolf here. Kindred, one of those more utility-based units that we tend to talk about, but nobody really ever talks about Wolf. But I want to talk about a Garen 2 that he can't take.
Nah,
it's fine. He locks it in. He just locks in the game.
I think he just sells the Ivern, right?
It's really close. I honestly,
with
the carousel coming up right here, sells off the Lulu.
So he's totally fine with that. A massive upgrade for the Garen 2 there. As we talked about before, he's actually got the 4 Renewer board. He got another Renewer spat at some point, which meant he could put on the Kindred as well as the Garen. You can see he's so stressed right now because...
He missed Zephyr! He missed the Zephyr! He put it on too late there, and that's going to be a big deal with this fight. Also, really critically, he could not put it on the stacked Heimerdinger. And Ash is barely gonna cling onto life right about. Get Off is out at 4th. I think Get Off is safe with a 4th though. I think Get Off's tournament life is still alive, and I can pretty safely assume from that Escher will be as well. But I think in Katz's position, you need a 1st here. You're hanging on with 1 HP in a dream. It's got to be 1st, or I think your tournament life is over.
Yeah, he's gonna jump ahead of Raza most likely. He's gonna jump ahead of Sonny Kaio. But yeah, there's still a couple of slots he needs to move up there to make sure he's not in this next bottom 8. Wow, this is just so down to the wire between these last couple of players. Fortune Chosen here potentially has another life if it actually comes to that, but Escher and Katz definitely do not.
Yeah, Fortune Chosen's board's so strong here. I'm pretty sure it's just the lottery as to who versus him at this point. Because the person that versus him is going to take most damage.
Okay, not the greatest. Zephyr's there. He gets the Volley Bear. That might help him, but the Gragas, not exactly a high priority target there. His Heimerdinger's just going at it, but unfortunately not getting the hits. The Karma 2, a lot of big damage. Gets it, takes a big hit there, and the Wolf finishes them off. So Escher is going to come out on top here.
But who's Katz versing? Is he versing the Ghost? Katz is out. Katz lost. So it's down to Escher versus Fortune Chosen.
Yeah, it's going to be a really close one as well. The big decider here, I think, is Fortune Chosen's got a really stacked Heimer too, and a really strong board overall. That's pretty much every single upgraded unit. The one thing that Escher has going for him in this spot is that Escher has a Garen too. And that Garen has a lot of good items stacked on it. So, maybe there is some way that the Garen splash can start affecting the backline here and maybe turn the fight around. Really nice Shroud by Escher. Manages to catch most of the critical units, most notably catches the Heimer. And that's big.
Wow.
That's 5 seconds.
Is
The
Heimerdinger
Hyman
safe
not
as
getting
well?
mana.
Yeah,
That's
okay,
it.
the first timer ult comes out there, and of course, Fortune Chosen's was massively delayed by the very smart Zephyr placement there
It's
by
just
Escher,
not
but it's
enough.
not enough. He's getting absolutely rolled over. Now, that said, Fortune Chosen will come out here in number 1 for this game, but Escher, he was on 18 points. I think they might both be safe. I think it was some of the players who went out earlier in this lobby going to struggle to make it through. So, look, why don't we just recap some of these games, Frosty, while Tycoon gets the spreadsheet out and brings us the all important, exciting news about who's going to make it through to next week, who's got a chance to take away the cash at all the end of this, who's going to be the one hanging that imaginary trophy up on their cabinet at the end of the mid-set invitational here in Oceania.
So Tycoon's doing double duty. For everyone that's unaware, Tycoon doing a wonderful job of casting and running the tournament here too.
What
So
can't he do?
many thanks to Tycoon, but we've had an interesting few games here today. The one real big takeaway that I wanted to take away from this week is just how strong Heimerdinger was, how relevant it was in some of these late game compositions. We see a lot of different compositions based around the Heimer, Ivan Volabear comp. And the shell that provides just provides a ton of frontline, a lot of time for these Heimerdingers to get massive casts off, and the power behind the combination of Shojins and Archangels. I think we almost saw every single game be won by a form of Heimerdinger composition. The fact that the composition high rolls early, you find some sort of board that's winning. You go into either level 8 or level 9, whichever you feel comfortable with there, and then you'll see that the players will start to roll it down for this Heimerdinger, and it's just so strong. It ends up dealing a ton of damage in towards pretty much everything there. Having the nice little burn on top of it means that even the Dawnbringer compositions that tend to end up being a pretty big contender will most of the time not be able to do anything simply because there's so many threats on the team as well. It's not just the Heimerdinger, it's everything on top of that. And just that the mixture of everything that's going on there means that a lot of the time it is that go-to late game composition that is going to take down your lobbies.
Yeah, it's lovely to have that burn on top. Who needs to make a Morello's when you've got a little baby dragon crisping everyone up, ripe for the, I don't know, are they eating the comps? Kind of, I guess.
The
Is there a,
proverbial.
well,
Yes.
is there a comp that combines? I'm just trying to think. Can you put Heimerdinger in with the Nunu?
Yes. Heimerdinger goes with everything. And that's the thing,
Awesome.
is that even in these abomination compositions, you can end up seeing. I mean, we mentioned before that the Zyra was one of those big carries.
True.
Zyra can be one of those big carries, but most of the time, if you don't hit that Zyra 3, well, what's a great holder for all of these Zyra? Oh, Heimerdinger! That's right! Heimerdinger can be a great transition from there. And, a lot of the time we saw before, sometimes you want to roll down at level 7 wall. Sometimes you just win streaking. You've got like 13 wins on top of it there. Most of those times you don't want to really stay level 7 to keep trying to find the Zyra, when I feel like Heimerdinger is that higher cap. That, yeah, sure, if you're going to hit a Heimer 3, then you're winning the game. But even a Heimer 2 can sometimes end up being more powerful than a Zyra, simply because it just deals so much damage in a wider area. Whereas Zyra is more specifically targeted to some of those weaker backlines, maybe picking off a Draven or a Karma and just locking those down. Most of the time, a Heimerdinger just melts an entire board, unless it grieves, like we saw in the final fight there, and just decides to just ult one unit. But
It can happen occasionally, right? I mean, one of the interesting things I took away from that, Frosty, is just there were a couple of comps that we thought were going to come through, and we thought were going to be quite strong, and we did see a lot of them. Like the Draven carry comps. Where were they today? Where were their podium finishes? Where was I think we maybe saw one skirmisher comp do well, but even then weren't really capping out that hard. Karma did seem to be performing, did seem to be getting up there quite a bit. But a lot of these other ones that we were theory crafting about, even Bulldozer, which had one okay finish yesterday, it wasn't making it today either. I agree. Heimerdinger absolutely seems to just be the runaway success of day 2 here at the Mid-Set Invitational.
Absolutely. Some of the other compositions, the reason why it can be a little bit tougher for a lot of them to contend with some of these other compositions here. So, for example, it's a case of, AD compositions versus AP compositions, right?
Yep.
Your AD compositions will tend to struggle against the AP compositions in two ways. One is because sometimes a lot of these traits that they tend to go for are really easily splashable. You've got your ironclads. A lot of people are playing Rel, and Rel is one of the really good things into skirmishes as such, and that's going to be one of the big reasons why players will try to not go for it. Another is that itemization, not something that you tend to think about, but a lot of these AD compositions rely on having near perfect itemization for their carries, whereas we talked a lot about flexibility through the AP compositions here, and Zyrez and Heimerdingers, they tend to share the same itemization more often than not. Whereas these AD compositions, well, you've got a you got your Bleak Zeke's Herald. Well, that goes on a lot of AD stuff. Well, I mean, Hurricane, yeah, that's pretty good, but then you start getting a little bit more into the niche stuff. Not everything wants crit nowadays with the crit nerf. Not everything wants a Bloodthirster. Not everything wants a Deathblade. And these are all good on separate compositions. Your Aphelios might want Deathblade. That's one of its best items, but it probably wouldn't want a Bloodthirster more often than not. So
yeah,
that's one of the big problems that they'll end up running into more often than not there, and why we see a lot of AP's compositions being prioritized by some of these players.
Yeah, what is slammable and what is not can make a huge difference. Let's have a look at this scoreboard now to see who is getting through. We saw the initial 8 eliminated today, and now we're going to have a look at the next 8 not making it through here. So, Opal, Cat, Razza, our Season 4 champion, is gone. We do have Skillfulism there. And yeah, as you can see there, there's that's the bottom 12, but there's going to be another 4 on top of that, of course, that are going home as well. So Sonicyo, Keen, TSM FTX Keen to be in particular is
the
not going
there. I'll just
through.
go over the top. Sorry, the scoreboard there is a little bit wrong. Almost
Okay.
there, and Timo's dad. M2 at and Shuffle Type didn't make it through as well, and then Keen, it's got them there as Red and Sunkyo, but they actually didn't make it through. So which ones did make it through? Timo, yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, there you go. Updated. Cool.
Look at this live updating scoreboard.
Go ahead, Genome.
Ladies and gentlemen. Big names: Razza, Keen, Fishball, all falling by the wayside today. And look, I know there's definitely some fan favorites there that we're not going to see in week 2 of the mid-set Invitational. Moving up to the rest of the scoreboard, we saw some big performances as well. You can see Reverse Ingots continuing that streak of form he was having earlier today. Pulled out another first and actually ended on top. Chunga, who I know, I think you, Tycoon, possibly picked as your number 1 for the tournament.
Yeah.
Continuing to impress, continuing to be consistent there with a 32-point finish. Gauges, we saw him come out pretty strongly and set for admiration up the top there as well. Even our set 3 champion, Obo, also doing pretty well. So there's still going to be plenty of big names in the mix next week, guys. Don't you have any worries about that. But definitely a couple who won't be joining us. Tycoon, how do you, what have you got to say for yourself? Eliminating these players it must have hurt your heart a little bit, or
did.
are you just?
It did. Seeing Keen, Razza, Skillfulism hasn't been playing that much, but seeing him go out as well, like, they're some really good players, and honestly, it just shows the caliber of players that we have in this tournament. Pretty much everyone in this tournament at the moment is Challenger or has been Challenger in the past. These are pretty much the best players in the Oceanic region. I just want to shout out Chunga. I did call him. Look, he came second, but they won first. And I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, if Chunga comes out as our Oceanic representative. He's a monster on ladder, claiming rank 1 multiple times, has looked like he's made tournament play click. So I reckon that is someone we should definitely watch out for.
Yeah, and play changes from set to set, right, Frosty? I mean, sure, Razza was the champion last time, Obo before that, but things have changed. It's a different game. Shadow items, it'll be different with the
Radiant?
the non-shadow, the radiant items. That's the one that we were looking for, of course, coming out in Dawn of Heroes when we see set 0.5 drop very soon.
2 weeks, I believe.
Yeah, so what are you thinking going into this week 2 now, Frosty?
I think that the meme of Tournament Chunga may finally be dead. I have memed on Chunga for a very, very long time about putting up these amazing results on ladder, number 1 finishes and all this sort of stuff. And then when it comes to a tournament, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And I mean, over the past few tournaments I've been seeing, it's not been the case. Chunga's actually been pulling it back reasonably well. Now, I mean, I don't want to jinx him quite yet, because we have seen in previous tournaments where he's had an amazing start, we have 2 perfect picturesque days here, going first and second, but then has fallen off a little bit on the wayside here in the final week or so. So I'm looking forward to seeing whether Chunga can finally put it to rest, or whether I'm just going to continue to meme him until the end of time here. Either way, it's going to be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be the same patch next week, guys. If Chunga's doing well this week, there's no reason he can't come back and have that same streak of form as we push towards day 4 and the $4,500 that these players will be playing for. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this week. We will be back next Saturday and Sunday night, I believe, at the same time. So please tune in then. And support Oceanic TFT. Thank you, guys. We'll see you next week.